Welcome back to CBS 2 News this Friday morning. It is July 19th, 5:54 right now, and we're giving you a live look. This is inside Newark Airport and the line for Spirit Airlines. Some folks waiting on that line for hours because we have delays, we have cancellations. It's all due to computer outage involving Microsoft, and that is global.
Let's talk politics right now. Now to the 2024 presidential election. In a speech that ran for more than 90 minutes last night, Donald Trump accepting the Republican Party's nomination for president.
It was Trump's first public remark since last week's attempted assassination in Pennsylvania. CBS 2's Sabrina Franza has more on the final night of the RNC.
Proudly accept your nomination for president of the United States.
Former President Donald Trump closed out the Republican National Convention days after surviving an assassination attempt.
If I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight.
Trump took a moment to honor the retired firefighter who was killed in the shooting. As promised, the 2024 Republican nominee began his speech with an appeal for national unity.
Together we will lead America to new heights.
Good job making his case to the undecided voters.
Of course. You can't say anything negative about him. He was fabulous.
Trump's family, including former First Lady Melania Trump and his daughter Ivanka, were there in a show of support. The final night of the RNC also brought some star power with this rousing speech from former pro wrestler Hulk Hogan.
Let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother.
Trump and running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance will hold their first joint campaign rally in Michigan this weekend. Sabrina Franza, CBS News, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
5:56. Let's get you now to our first alert forecast. Pretty skies out there today, John, as we head into the weekend.
Yeah, so much stress out there, Mary, but you're right. Look at this beautiful way to start the day. 67 this afternoon, sun shining, feels good. 85, pick of the week, and no kind of wild swings. It's the low to mid 80s around the area. A few thermometers, maybe 86 or 87, but with those dew points in check, you can really enjoy it. Before I let you go, a quick caveat. We do have moderate air quality, and the UV index is high. Pollen is too, no surprise there. More of your forecast and that chance for rain next week in a bit. Right now, right back to the desk.
John, thank you. 5:56 and ahead in the next half hour, a major Microsoft outage impacting computers worldwide.
Outages bringing widespread issues to media outlets, airports, banks. A live look from inside Newark Airport, seeing delays there, cancellations, as we mentioned. CrowdStrike taking responsibility. That is a cybersecurity firm for this Microsoft outage. We are live with team coverage right after this here on CBS 2 News this morning.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Breaking news this morning, a worldwide Microsoft outage causing issues across the tri-state area and the world.
Long lines and frustrated travelers at our airports this morning as many airlines have all flights grounded. Good morning on this Friday, July 19th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning. Talk about a way to start your Friday. We are constantly getting updated information on this massive outage and how it could impact your day.
Let's get right out to CBS 2's Natalie Dudgert. She is monitoring the very latest on the story from the newsroom. Natalie.
Chris, Mary, I was just passed a cell phone from one of our producers here because we have the latest information from CrowdStrike saying that they are actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. So this issue, they say, has been identified, isolated, and there is a fix that has been deployed. So if you are just tuning in, this outage is impacting banks, airlines, supermarkets, news organizations, including our own here. For example, you may have tried to start up your computer this morning and you saw this blue screen that says recovery. Well, that is a Microsoft issue. Now, we spoke to the city communications team. They posted online that they are aware of the global technical outage involving CrowdStrike. They say they are currently assessing the full impact that it might have on city operations. Now, fortunately, they say at this time, critical infrastructure and emergency operations, including the 911 call system, have not been impacted. But again, this is a very significant outage impacting banks, airlines, supermarkets, news organizations, as we have been mentioning this morning. We spoke to an expert commenting on this. Can we go to that soundbite?
Yeah, so our understanding is that this is an issue with a thing called CrowdStrike Falcon, which is a little bit of software that runs on computers that choose to install it. CrowdStrike is a kind of third-party cybersecurity provider, often used for kind of antivirus services, but also a little bit more than antivirus. So any organizations that work with CrowdStrike, this CrowdStrike Falcon software is kind of installed on their Windows desktops or laptops.
So that's what an expert had to say about this morning. Microsoft also posting on X that the company is working on rerouting the impacted traffic to alternate systems. They also say that their servers are seeing continuous improvements. Now, we're also being told by experts that there is a manual fix. They basically have to go computer to fix the problem. What it is really is a file that has to be deleted, but it's hard to get in depending on how tight security is. And you can understand this is a very time-consuming process if, for example, IT here in our newsroom has to go computer to issue this fix. So again, very widespread issue this morning. Chris and Mary, I'll send it back to you.
Natalie, thank you so much for that update. And the FAA says this outage is impacting all flights from several major U.S. airlines.
CBS 2's Christina Fan joins us live from Newark Liberty with the very latest on the situation there. Christina?
Well, Chris and Mary, we're in the middle of Terminal B right now, not too far from the Spirit Airlines counter. You can see the line behind us has appeared to get a little bit shorter, but customers tell us this is actually a fallacy. Now, as we explained earlier this morning, Spirit Airlines customers say all their computers are down this morning. So as a result, these people are in line trying to get their boarding passes issued manually. The airline says that there's so much backup that right now they are only processing passengers for its Fort Lauderdale flight manually, and that is why the line appears to be shorter. Everybody else is being told to wait until they have first processed these passengers. In fact, there's a line on this side, and there's also one on the other end of the counter on the other side of the airport. Now, these problems first started Thursday evening with Frontier Airlines. They had to issue a ground stop due to the Microsoft outage. And while Frontier seemed to have resolved their issue overnight and are now operating again, this morning several other major U.S. airlines are reporting problems. At around 2:30 this morning, United, Delta, American, and Allegiant all requested ground stops with the Federal Aviation Administration, citing communication issues. And in a statement, United Airlines wrote that a third-party software outage is impacting computer systems worldwide, including at United. And while they work to restore those systems, they are holding all aircraft.
These airline companies that make millions of dollars.
I'm going to my family reunion, so I'm anxious. I'm scared a little bit, but I'll be all right. I'm just going to stay here until the line clears.
Now, we took a look at the departures board earlier, and the only departures, the only thing we saw on the board, in fact, were just delays and cancellations. A lot of flights didn't even have any information that was posted on that board. So again, a very fluid situation this morning. Customers saying they're not getting too much communication. They don't know how long this ground stop is going to last. Many of them who have now gotten their manually issued boarding passes have gone through TSA, tell me they're unsure now that they're at the gate if their flight is going to end up taking off later on this morning. Reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christina, thank you. Well, the details of the outage are still unclear, but to help us understand more on what is actually going on is Chief Technology Officer and Commissioner of the Office of Technology and Innovation, Matthew Frazier. Matthew, good morning.
Good morning.
So how are your systems operating right now?
So for New York City, all of our critical systems are up and operational. Luckily for us, we take measures in place to ensure that things like 911 and 311 are air-gapped so that things like this don't happen to our most critical systems.
The 911 system, any impact on that?
No, 911 is up and operational. Every part of that, from call taking to radio operations, is running without incident. Same with 311. Unfortunately, as you've recently learned, we had a third-party partner, CrowdStrike, which is one of the nation's leader in cybersecurity. Around midnight, they pushed an update that impacted a number of computers and servers across not just the New York City estate, but across the global estate. And the update that they pushed caused those systems to critically fail. And essentially what it did was it took a number of things offline. And unfortunately, at this moment, there's no automated way to remediate that. To fix this issue, we have to touch, or anyone that's impacted would have to touch each system manually, which means it's very time-consuming and arduous to actually get this issue resolved.
So I know you can't put an exact time figure on it, but in order to get things back up and running and I guess return to where we were before this breach, how long is something like this going to take? And are there any impacts citywide that we need to know about, our viewers need to know about?
Yeah. So at this moment, we're taking stock of everything that's been impacted. And the one point of clarification I'd say is that this isn't, at the best that we know it at this moment, this isn't a breach. This is a deployment of failed code. And for us, based on the manual level of effort that it'll take to recover, it's hard to estimate the exact time, but we've got a fairly decent road ahead of us. At this moment, based on the impact, the partner has no without incident, and they're not impacted at this moment.
Any word on the markets?
So as it currently stands, we have an open line of communication with all of our partners trying to assess. At this moment, there's no definitive watermark to say how wide the issue is. But as you can see, based on what we're seeing on the airline space, based on what we're seeing in the commercial sector, it's significant.
All right. Matthew Frazier, New York City's Chief Technology Officer, we thank you very much and keep us updated. Any updates you have, please get in touch with us or we'll get back in touch with you. Incredible. Thank you so much. You got a busy morning ahead, but it sounds like this is going to take a lot longer than people would probably like to expect. Major update now from American Airlines. A statement earlier this morning, a technical issue with the vendor impacted multiple carriers, including American. As of 5 a.m., we have been able to safely reestablish our operation. We apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. That's from American Airlines.
So now we're hearing it needs to be manually fixed, computer to computer. This is going to be a slow process. CBS News' Tony Sadiku joins us live from the Upper West Side, 610 right now. You've been talking with commuters about the issues that they've been having this morning.
Hi, Mary and Chris, you said it, and it's been interesting because it seems like as we talk to folks, everyone is just waking up, learning the information, and frankly, just figuring out how this is going to affect their day. A lot of the folks unaffected, but there are folks who are also just kind of grappling with what this means for their day. For instance, a gentleman who came by earlier had seen the headline. He had not checked his email. We asked him to, as Microsoft Outlook. Turns out his email was not updating. He's a door doorman in the city, so he's kind of concerned about how that's going to affect his job, his day, and I assume it's probably a familiar story for so many folks as they kick off their Friday. Not the only way. In fact, he told me just getting here he was impacted. I wanted you to listen to a little bit of what he said, his experience on the MTA this morning.
I was waiting for the train, and the platform, there's nothing, on the panels, nothing at all. I couldn't even check exactly the time the train was coming. There's no way you can see nothing.
So you just had to wait for the train?
Just wait for the train, that's it.
Yeah, so it's one of those mornings, right? You're not able to see the panels. We mentioned that earlier. MTA apps not working as they should as well. So it is one of those mornings. It may take you a little bit longer to get to where you're going, especially if you rely on some of these services as we get more information. As we have shared, though, this is not affecting service, bus or train service for the commute. However, if you can allow extra time, that is certainly going to be important as we continue to understand the impacts to the morning commute. Again, more time will be helpful, as well as listening to those announcements.
Newark Airport from Chopper 2, our planes moving. Details on all of this. We have delays and cancellations throughout due to the worldwide Microsoft Computer outage.
And a live look from Chopper 2 taking off moments ago, as you can see, over the airport right now. We're going to check in with Jim on the other side of the break right after this. Chopper 2. And Jim, we know there's a number of ground stops around the country. How are things looking here?
Yeah, Chris, right now we're overhead Newark Airport. Just want to quickly touch on what we are seeing. In the last 20 minutes, there have been 4 airplanes that have landed, 1 that has taken off. That is significantly less than we would expect to see in the 6 o'clock hour. That is Terminal A at Newark Airport. For the most part, we have seen most of the airplanes parked at the gates, as well as the parking ramp areas. I'm just going to quickly take you out to the runway. There was a plane that just landed moments ago. 2 of the 4 airplanes that we have seen land so far were cargo airplanes. That should give you an idea of how much is moving in the way of the passenger airlines. Of course, developing story with this IT outage affecting airlines, among other things. We'll continue to follow this. For now, Chris, Mary, back to you.
Okay, Jim, thank you so much. American Airlines issuing a statement a few moments ago saying that they are back up and running as of 5 a.m., so a little bit over an hour now. As again, we continue to look at these live pictures from Newark Liberty Airport. We did also report earlier this morning that planes that were en route to different destinations were permitted to land at their destination. There just have been a series of ground stops, including in Milwaukee, the site of the RNC last night. A number of journalists tweeting out moments ago or within the last hour that there is a total ground stop in Milwaukee right now, so they're stuck there for the foreseeable future. Let's get a check of your first alert forecast right now. Bring in John Elliott. The flip side of all this is it is an absolutely beautiful day outside.
So if Chopper 2's up, you know the weather's great. Yeah. And once they get everything cleared, they will be able to get these planes up because the weather is great here. Baltimore, Philly, D.C., connections through Boston. Looks okay in Detroit and Chicago. Issues might arise in Atlanta with storms, possibly Charlotte. That's on the northern fringe. And they've got some really wicked and hot weather in Miami to deal with. 67, delightful for us. I mean, delightful. Counting our blessings after a really brutal week. So we've got the 50s and 60s out the door. I know. Pick of the week, today. Decent weekend, drop or two. So today, 85, lots of sun, seasonal, less humid. Really feels great. You can get things done. Have the sunscreen on. UV index is still around an 8. Now, for the weekend, one thing you will notice, whoa, a lot more clouds. I mean, you're going to see that tomorrow morning. You're going to wake up, hey, what happened to my weather? Definitely more clouds, and with just a little uptick in the dew point, could see an isolated shower or storm. The key modifier is isolated. It's not a front, it's not a system, it's not a low. It's just the moisture lift and instability that Saturday's weather will provide. And then Sunday, you're feeling the heat and humidity should be brighter overall. Today, a July gem. Enjoy, take advantage of it. Know it's a stressful day. Weather is not going to contribute to that stress. Tomorrow, stray showers, ice. Wednesday, we're concerned about possibility of a little bit more widespread shower or thunderstorm activities, and we'll be watching that and fine-tuning that forecast. Now, to change gears and kind of in a global way, we're about a third of the way through the Atlantic hurricane season. So maybe you've been hearing about the dust from the Saharan desert. It's picked up by the wind and it's carried through the tropics. So this is what it looks like globally. For our weather, again, the key ingredients going into the hurricane season, all of this warm water and abundant moisture. But now as this dust is filtering the skies, that has really slowed things down. So 134 days left. Many things can change. But if you're wondering what happened to our very busy and deadly hurricane season, we can thank the Saharan dust. Not an impact in our area. Our area, great today. Watch out for more clouds and more humidity this weekend.
All right, we have a decent stretch on the way. Thanks, John. Let's get you to first alert track. We had some problems this morning, and Guy Stanier has the very latest for us at 6:20.
That's right, Mary. We're going to start in Syosset. We have an accident involving an overturned vehicle. It has 2 lanes closed on the eastbound side of the LIE approaching exit 42. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. Train and bus service, however, is unaffected. We do still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to the excessive heat, not the global technical outage. Trains are experiencing rail equipment issues. Officials are saying select trains will not operate today. Check your train before you head out the door. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 6:20 right now, and coming up, the latest on the breaking news. We've been bringing you that massive outage overnight affecting computers across the world.
The outage bringing widespread issues to banks, media outlets, airports. Live look from inside Newark Airport. We're already seeing delays and cancellations there due to this worldwide Microsoft computer outage. As we mentioned, CrowdStrike taking responsibility for this issue. We'll continue to update you right after this. Stay with us.
Welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. It is 6:24 as we give you a live look. Chopper 2 is over the tarmac at Newark Airport. Those planes, they're still grounded. We have seen some planes come in for landing, but we have not seen takeoffs as of yet this morning. It's due to a global Microsoft outage that a cybersecurity firm, CrowdStrike, is taking responsibility for.
Now, this widespread outage is disrupting business operations all across the globe.
CBS 2's Jared Hill has the latest.
A massive IT outage has halted operations for banks, airlines, and computer systems worldwide. This relates to computers using Microsoft software and the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. Multiple airlines issued ground stops Friday morning. American Airlines tells CBS News in a statement they're working with CrowdStrike to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, and they're in contact with planes currently in the air. Across the globe, stores and airports like these also taking a hit. Frontier Airlines initially reported that a Microsoft outage Thursday night had caused a ground stop. That was lifted, they say, this morning. The Secretary of Transportation posted on social media that they're monitoring the flight cancellation and delay issue. Also on social media, Microsoft 365 Status, an arm of its customer service group, posted its outages started around 6 Eastern. It's not currently clear if or how the issues are connected. Jared Hill, CBS News, New York.
Microsoft computer outage. As we mentioned, CrowdStrike taking responsibility for this issue, and systems all across the world are working diligently to get back up and running. But this is going to be a long issue, longer than we'd like. We'll have an update for you right after this. Good morning and welcome back. We have breaking news for you this morning. A worldwide Microsoft outage causing issues all across the tri-state area and around the world. This is a live look at Newark Airport, where lines have been long all morning. You can see there have been ground stops at airports all across the world this morning, and things moving very slowly at Newark Liberty. This outage impacting banks, media outlets, many major companies all over the world, and we've got team coverage for you right now on everything that continues to go on.
Good morning. On this Friday, July 19th, I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. Welcome to CBS 2 News this morning. What a morning, Mary.
Yeah, we are getting updated information on this major computer outage and how it could impact your day ahead. We now have the CEO of CrowdStrike. It's a cybersecurity firm, and he is now weighing in on this.
Let's get right to CBS 2's Natalie Dudridge. She's monitoring the latest from the newsroom for us. Natalie?
Chris, Mary, yes, CrowdStrike, the city, and the cybersecurity company all behind this say this is not a breach. It is failed code. CrowdStrike is one of the leading cybersecurity companies. What they say is they were performing a system update. We have been hearing from them this morning, and they say that it is actively working with customers impacted by this defect found in a single content update for Windows. So they say, again, not a security incident, not a cyber attack. They say the issue has been identified. A fix has been deployed. They have not yet said how widespread this impact is, but if you tried to log into Windows this morning, for example, I've got this computer here that you can see. It's got a blue screen. It has the word recovery on it. Many people impacted, including businesses, banks, airlines, supermarkets, hospitals, news organizations, including our own. And more specifically, we can see growing outages in services. For example, at Visa, ADT Security, Amazon, many airlines, as Christina Fan has been talking about, TD Bank Online. And we spoke to the city's chief technology officer. He says that the good news is New York City's critical systems are up and running. 911, for example, 311, they are functioning. We also spoke to a tech expert about CrowdStrike and how it works. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, so our understanding is that this is an issue with the thing called CrowdStrike Falcon, which is a little bit of software that runs on computers that choose to install it. CrowdStrike is a kind of third-party cybersecurity provider, often used for kind of antivirus services, but also a little bit more than antivirus. So any organizations that work with CrowdStrike, this CrowdStrike Falcon software is kind of installed on their Windows desktops or laptops.
Now, Microsoft tweeting minutes ago that they are seeing continuous improvement. Experts, again, say they don't know what specifically caused this system failure, but they say this type of update issue could be caused by something. At least there is a resolution. Chris and Mary.
All right, Natalie, thanks so much. We saw our full IT team in here throughout the night, so we thank them for that.
It's amazing to think that a typo, though, could affect this worldwide, and now each computer has to be manually brought back online.
After the other, after the outer.
Yeah.
And the outage is disrupting flights, and that's around the globe.
CBS 2's Christina Fan is live from Newark Liberty with the very latest on the situation there. Christina?
Well, Chris and Mary, the situation is very fluid out here this morning. Passengers are naturally upset, and airlines are scrambling as quickly as they can to try and resolve the issue. As you heard from Natalie earlier, things do seem to be improving. In the last half hour, we have learned that American Airlines did resume some of its flights. Frontier, who experienced the outage first last night, is also now operating. Behind us, you see Spirit Airlines. While they never had a full ground stop, there are still a number of delays and cancellations in place. Passengers say computers and kiosks here are not working, so ticketing agents are needing to issue boarding passes manually. Other airlines do have it worse. At around 2:30 this morning, United and Delta requested ground stops with the FAA, citing communication issues. In a statement, United wrote that a third-party software outage is impacting computer systems worldwide, including at United. But again, we are learning some more good news. In the last few minutes, it seems that United has also resumed some of their flights. We did speak to some passengers who found out about the global outage after arriving at the airport and seeing these terrifyingly long lines.
I'm supposed to be flying to Albany. I just flew from Panama. And when I boarded in the David airport, which is another area in Panama, to Panama City, all the computers died. And we just thought it was local. So they started hand writing all of the boarding passes. So we were very delayed getting out of there. And then Panama now, and they just told me here at the United desk that they're completely down. It's worldwide.
It's just terrible. People spend thousands of dollars to go on vacation or go home or go visit family. And this is the situation that we get put through between these airline companies that make millions of dollars.
Now, it goes without saying the departures board at this airport and airports across the country are a total mess this morning. Lots of delays, lots of cancellations, and some flights don't even have any information listed next to them. But it's not all bad news. In fact, some airlines were unscathed. We spoke to this one family flying Alaskan this morning. They said they had zero problems. They were able to get their boarding passes at home before arriving at the airport. They dropped off their bags, now headed.
We can update you as of 6 a.m. JFK reporting 31 cancellations, LaGuardia 57 cancellations, Newark Liberty 19 cancellations, and dozens of delays. So it's going to be a long morning for a lot of people.
Yeah, now the concerns in regard to the financial markets. How will they be affected later this morning?
For more on that, let's turn it over to CBS 2's Jared Hill, who's been following this story all morning as well. Jared?
Hey, Chris and Mary. So here's the thing. We know that the London Stock Exchange earlier this morning or overnight posted they were having some issues with getting out news and information, but they say that trading itself has not been impacted. For both of these two companies, Microsoft as well as CrowdPoint, they say that it's looking like at this point that their shares are down ahead of pre-market trading, and U.S. stock futures also, it looks like right now, are shifting downward as everyone tries to just figure out what all of this means and what's going on.
Jared, you hearing anything about updates from CrowdStrike or Microsoft? We've been giving kind of drips and drabs over the last few hours, but of course airlines now starting to come back on board. What are some of the bigger issues worldwide that you're seeing and hearing?
Yeah, so I think one of the big things, and we're kind of seeing this with the airlines right now, is sort of the domino effect of all of this. Because you had so many hours of computer services being down and so many things backed up, that it's just going to take a bit of time to get everyone back up and running, even though, as we're hearing right now from the airlines, as well as from Microsoft and from CrowdStrike, them saying that they've figured out what the issue is. They have put the fix in, but now, as you all were mentioning, you got people having to go to each one of these computers individually to try and bring this back up. And so this potentially and very likely could take a pretty long time to get back to normal for a lot of these people, companies, and the folks who are trapped.
A very tedious process updating computer after computer. But again, CrowdStrike saying that this was not a breach, but a software update failure. Jared Hill, thank you. And now an update from Delta Airlines just releasing this statement. Delta has paused its global flight schedule this morning due to a vendor technology issue that is impacting several airlines and businesses around the world. We are working to resolve the issue as quickly as possible to resume operations. So Delta on a pause this morning.
You hear from some of those passengers who are also talking about boarding passes having to be handwritten. We saw a picture that got tweeted in, Tony, we're going to get to you in a second, from Ireland, of using a whiteboard for departure. I mean, it's really, things have gone haywire here this morning. Let's get out to Tony Sadiku, who joins us on the Upper West Side right now.
Talking to commuters about issues that they have been having this morning, and what a morning it's been, Tony.
And, now hours, Chris and Mary, into this event, we're getting a better idea of the wide range of impacts. For instance, the emails, right? Microsoft emails. I checked my email, working just fine. However, another guy we spoke with, his email's not loading. We're here at the subway station on West 72nd. What I can tell you is trains, buses, all of the service aspect is okay. However, it can still kind of mess with your, Michael Francis said, as he was on his way to work this morning.
Of course. It's not working. It's not working at all. You can check if you want to. It's not working. I was waiting for the Q train. There's no way I can exactly verify.
And this is how you normally get to work?
Exactly. See?
Have you talked to? So there you go. Definitely an inconvenience. It is one of those mornings, if you can, give yourself extra time. Listen to the announcements. Those will be going on as well. That way you can at least get to where you're going at a reasonable hour. What I can tell you about the safety aspect, we heard from the city that the critical safety infrastructure, for instance, 911 calls, those things have not been affected. FDNY as well says that it has implemented its redundancy processes to also mitigate the impact there. But guys, still early in the game. We expect to learn more, of course, as banks open. more people get to work, and this is obviously a developing story. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. Keep us updated from where you are this morning, talking with commuters. Nobody's going to be happy with what they have to deal with today. Coming up, new details on this worldwide Microsoft outage.
Another look from Chopper 2 as we're taking a look at the planes on the tarmac. As we zoom into Newark Airport, we will bring you the very latest on this worldwide outage coming up.
Good morning and welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. Another live look from Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey, seeing some long lines due to massive Microsoft outages that are experiencing worldwide delays. We're not seeing much movement on the tarmac at Newark Airport, unfortunately. Lots of ground stops all around the world, lots of cancellations and delays here at our three major airports. A couple of planes landed this morning. We did see that before, but nothing has been taking off lately. And Spirit Airlines, you see that lower left of your screen, the lines inside are long, very long.
6:44 right now. Let's turn things over to First Alert Weather. At least we don't have the weather to worry about, John, today.
You're so right, Mary. I mean, weather is going to be a blessing today. It's a wonderful day weather-wise, but that also circles right back to this incredible headache. Once they get these things flying, weather is going to cooperate for the Northeast and into the Midwest as well. Pick of the week is today. Decent weekend, just a drop or two. Got the future cast in a second. Want to take a quick trip up north where we saw 2-3 inches of rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds Wednesday night. Now look at this. Terrytown, terrific at 63. Montgomery, 55. So the 50s in parts of the Hudson Valley. How nice is that? Around the area, we actually have 64 in Chatham, 66 in Speonk. These numbers compared to yesterday, look at that, Spring Lake. Oh, so much nicer for you on the boardwalk. Remember Monmouth and Ocean, you had those record high heat index values of 110 earlier in the week. None of that today. It's a very, very comfortable day. Dew points are down, so the air is dry, the air is comfortable. We are in great shape. Talk about a sweet spot. We dip a bit from yesterday, and with less humidity, it's more pronounced. But Saturday, more clouds, and then clouds and humidity factor into your weekend forecast. Definitely more clouds on Saturday. Delightful skies today. Cloudy tomorrow. And you're thinking, oh boy, are we going to see a shower? Yes, some will. Very few, but we have to leave in the possibility of a shower or storm tomorrow. Quiet conditions. Now, Saturday, right out of the gate. Sleeping in a little bit after a stressful Friday, you've got more clouds. That's it. You're fine for an early trip, maybe fishing early tomorrow morning, but then by tomorrow afternoon, see what I mean? Much more of the area dry and fine, but an isolated shower. Now watch if this verifies. This is going to ride right into the Holland Tunnel. See what that means? That storm wants to hold together. It'll weaken as it heads into Queens and Nassau, but yeah, an interruption for your Saturday afternoon. Sunday, a little bit more sun, a little bit more heat, and then it's back to more of a summer pattern where you are going to be dealing with more heat and humidity. First part of the week, you're feeling it. Gets the atmosphere ready by Tuesday night into Wednesday for some storms. But again, once they get these birds flying, we're in great shape here. Parts of the southeast, that's where they're going to see some weather impacts on travel as well.
How about this? No 90 degrees on the way, huh?
It feels great.
John, thanks. Let's get you to First Alert Traffic, and Guy Stanier has the very latest for us. Guy.
Good morning, Mary. We're going to start in the Bronx. We have slow traffic on the westbound side of the Cross Bronx. Traffic stretches from the Bronx River Parkway back to the Bruckner interchange. No specific incidents to talk about, just the usual commuter delays. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. However, train and bus service is unaffected. We still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to the excessive heat, not the global technical outage. Trains are experiencing rail equipment issues. Officials are saying select trains will not operate today. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. And we've been monitoring the outage's impacts on airports across the country this morning.
Let's check in now with CBS News senior travel correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Chris, what's your morning been like? Good morning.
It started very early, Chris and Mary. Good morning to you guys. Here on the West Coast, this outage started disrupting flights. Those red eyes that were supposed to be landing at Newark about now, they never took off. So folks are still in Los Angeles because of these issues. American, United, and Delta basically halting all of their flights overnight. We're hearing from American and United that they have now begun restarting their operation. That does not mean it's full speed ahead and that every one of these planes waiting to push back is going to be off the gate here in the next few minutes. It's likely going to be a crawl, walk, run approach here. Delta is still in the process, it sounds like, of getting things back working. Basically, this IT outage impacted sort of the back office stuff, the systems that the airlines need to dispatch an airplane. Things like transmitting weight and balance information, last-minute directions to the pilots. Without those systems working, it's just not really possible to manually operate an airline of the scale of a United, American, or a Delta. That forced the ground stop. Interestingly, Southwest tells us they are operating more or less normally today. They appear to be unaffected by this Microsoft CloudStrike situation. But we're going to see significant delays throughout the day. We're already approaching about 1,300 delayed flights just for today, about 700 cancellations. Expect those numbers to grow as this goes on. But it looks like we're moving in the right direction, Chris and Mary.
Worldwide delays.
Let's give you a look at Philadelphia's International Airport. Oh boy, the crowd's really building there as no flights taking off. Long lines continue to build here in our area as well at our 3 airports. We'll bring you the very latest coming up at 6:50 right now. after that massive Microsoft outage. We have Jim Smith. He's in Chopper 2. And have you seen any movement, Jim?
Yeah, Mary, very little movement at Newark Airport. There has been a trickle, several planes that have landed, a few that have taken off, but nowhere near the normal amount that we would expect to see at this time of the morning. This is Terminal A at Newark Airport. You can see United and American Airlines planes lined up at the gates, a couple of Delta flights as well. Now, of course, United has the largest presence at Newark Airport. The other airlines will have a larger presence at LaGuardia and Kennedy. Will quickly take you out to the runway, and we have seen very little activity. There have been a few flights that have landed. We have seen JetBlue have a few departures, as well as Air Canada. I do want to mention that earlier I was monitoring some flight tracking radar, and there were several flights that took off out of Kennedy Airport, most of them being JetBlue Airlines. The big thing this morning for passengers heading to the airports, check with your airline. Check with your airline. They will have specific information on these delays and cancellations. Live at Chopper 2, Jim Smith, CBS 2 News.
Hey, Jim, thank you very much. Mary, could you imagine being a JetBlue passenger this morning and being able to take off while everyone around you is basically in a ground stop?
Yeah, because we're seeing those crowds really building as we take a look inside Newark Airport for you at 6:54. Some people have been there for hours just trying to get a boarding pass or at least information.
We talked to those passengers on Spirit Airlines. They got there at about 3:30 in the morning and waited almost 3 hours to get any type of movement there. Incredible delays and cancellations worldwide, and of course it's affecting our 3 major airports here. We'll continue to update this situation for you when we come back right here on CBS 2 News this morning.
.657 as we give you another live look at the tarmac at Newark Airport. You're going to call ahead before leaving your house if you're flying out this morning. There are long lines inside that airport. We've seen some flights coming in, but none taking off at this point, at least that we can see. Let's get you a check on First Alert traffic, and Guy Stanier is here with the very latest. Plenty of problems out there.
That's right, Mary. We're going to start in the Bronx. We have slow traffic on the westbound side of the Cross Bronx. Traffic stretches from the Bronx River Parkway back to the Bruckner interchange. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. Train and bus service is unaffected. Having said that, we still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to the excessive heat, not the global technical outage. Trains are experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Let's get a check of your first alert forecast. Heat issues, Johnny? There are no heat issues out there this morning, right?
I don't get that. They were saying that yesterday. There were no excessive heat advisories for the last day and a half. So that is the good news. And we appreciate spending some time with you this morning. I am sincerely happy that I can give you some good weather news, because I know you've got a lot to deal with. 67 out the door. What? Yeah, 50s and 60s out the door. And then 85 this afternoon. It's July. It's supposed to be right around 85, but still that benevolent breeze blowing, so it feels good. Numbers in the Hudson Valley down to the Jersey Shore, 53 to maybe 68. But compared to yesterday, numbers are down. Dew points are down. It's even more pronounced. So today is a gift. Weather is not going to cause you any additional stress on this wild Friday. Saturday, more clouds. Don't forget, stray shower popping. Not many will be impacted. Then more heat and humidity Sunday into Monday.
Have a good day.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News at 7.
And welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Chris Raggi.
And I'm Mary Calvi. Let's get right to that breaking news we've been telling you about all morning. The whole world woke up to a major technology outage. Everything from flights to banks, even media companies affected. Everyone's seeing a blue screen like these. Recovery in big letters. Taking a live look at Newark Liberty International Airport. Passengers are left in limbo as their flights are delayed, even canceled. Some other travelers got stuck on the tarmac as their planes were getting ready to take off. We have live team coverage on this massive outage. Tony Sadiku live on the Upper West Side. Christine DeFan is getting traveler reaction at Newark Airport. But first, let's get started with Natalie Duddridge, who's live in the newsroom with the latest. Natalie.
Good morning. When we walked into the newsroom this morning and we saw all these blue screens, we wondered how we were going to get this news on air this morning. So first off, I want to point out, experts say this is not a cyber attack. This is basically a software glitch, but it is having this massive impact around the world. So that includes, as you mentioned, banks, airlines, supermarkets, health systems, TV stations like ours. So if you tried to log in to a Microsoft Windows device this morning, don't know if you can see this. I'm going to try to pull the screen in. This blue screen, and there's the words here, recovery, and it says it looks like Windows did not load correctly. You might have seen that this morning. This issue being traced back to CrowdStrike. What it is it's a global cybersecurity firm used by many organizations and industries. And the CEO said on social media, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. He says the issue has been identified and a fix has been deployed. That could take some time, however. Microsoft 365 said on its social media that it's rerouting the affected traffic to healthy infrastructure. And we also spoke to the city's chief technology officer, who says their good news is New York City's critical systems are up and running. 911, 311, they are functioning. And we also spoke to a security expert about CrowdStrike, what it is. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, so our understanding is that this is an issue with the thing called CrowdStrike Falcon, which is a little bit of software that runs on computers that choose to install it. CrowdStrike is a kind of third-party cybersecurity provider, often used for kind of antivirus services, but also a little bit more than antivirus.
User-reported internet outages, and we can see growing outages in services like Visa, Amazon, as well. Christina Fan has been reporting the mess at the airports. Many people, including myself, can't log into online banking. We've had reports of people unable to use credit cards. They're using cash, so it's like we're going old school to the 1970s right now, using paper, not using our computers. computers. We've reached out to hospitals. We've reached out to schools. And once again, Microsoft posting on X, the company is working on rerouting the impacted traffic to alternate systems, and they say that servers are seeing continuous improvements. I also just want to point out that experts do say there is this manual fix, but basically what it means is IT experts at each company are going to have to go around from computer to computer, fix it one at a time. And this is a challenge depending on how tight security is. So again, this could be something as simple as just a tiny glitch in an update, Chris and Mary, that caused all of this.
Yeah, they're saying possibly a typo could have caused it. Natalie Dudrich, thank you so much for reporting for us throughout the morning, and we're glad to see things are working well. We still see a few blue screens, but we're on the air, so thank you so much to our I-teams for working through the night.
When Natalie said old school in the 70s, that had hit hard. That is very close to home.
Cash, what do you mean we're using cash?
Not that old school. All right, this outage is disrupting flights all around the world.
We have CBS News' Christina Fan. She's been with us at Newark Airport with the very latest on this situation. Any updates for us at this hour, Christina?
Well, Mary and Chris, the situation has been extremely fluid here at Terminal B. Passengers have naturally been extremely upset and anxious this morning. Airlines have been trying to fix this issue as quickly as possible. Now, as the morning progresses, we are seeing better news. Within the last hour, both United and American lifted their ground stops, meaning flights are once again operating at a limited capacity. Frontier, which had issues first last night, is also operating. Spirit Airlines, which you see behind us, they never had a ground stop, but still were impacted with lots of delays as well as cancellations. Passengers say computers and kiosks are not working. And take a look at this. Ticketing agents, like Natalie said, have gone old school. They are now issuing boarding passes manually, handwriting information like passenger names and their gates. Now, these problems first started last night with Frontier. Then this morning, most major U.S. airlines like Delta, United, and American reported problems and requested ground stops, with the FAA citing communication issues. Again, in the last hour, United and American have since lifted their ground stops, but delays and cancellations remain.
I'm supposed to be flying to Albany. I just flew from Panama. And when I boarded in the David airport, which is another area in Panama, to Panama City,
and people spend thousands of dollars to go on vacation or go home or go visit family, and this is the situation that we get put through between these airline companies that make millions of dollars.
Now, it goes without saying the departures board is a complete mess. Lots of delays and cancellations, but not all airlines are impacted. We spoke with a family flying Alaskan Air this morning, reporting no issues, but the vast majority of people here at Terminal B experiencing those problems. And taking a look nationwide, we know there have been nearly 1,300 delays and over 670 cancellations. Reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you so much for the update. And earlier this morning, the Chief Technology Officer and Commissioner of the Office of Technology and Innovation, Matthew Frazier, joined us to give us some insight into how the outage is affecting them.
Good morning.
So how are your systems operating right now?
So for New York City, all of our critical systems are up and operational. Luckily for us, we take measures in place to ensure that things like 911 and 311 are air-gapped so that things like this don't happen to our most critical systems.
The 911 system, any impact on that?
No, 911 is up and operational. Every part of that, from call taking to radio operations, is running without incident. Same with 311. Unfortunately, as you've recently learned, we had a third-party partner, CrowdStrike, which is one of the nation's leader in cybersecurity. Around midnight, they pushed an update that impacted a number of computers and servers across not just the New York City estate, but across the global estate. And the update that they pushed caused those systems to critically fail. And essentially what it did was it took a number of things offline. And unfortunately, at this moment, there's no automated way to remediate that. To fix this issue, we have to touch, or anyone that's impacted would have to touch each system manually, which means it's very time-consuming and arduous to actually get this issue resolved.
So I know you can't put an exact time figure on it, but in order to get things back up and running and I guess return to where we were before this breach, how long is this something like this going to take, and and are there any impacts citywide that we should know about, our viewers need to know about?
Yeah. So at this moment, we're taking stock of everything that's been impacted, and the one point of clarification I'd say is that this isn't, at the best that we know it at this moment, this isn't a breach. This is a deployment of failed code. And for us, based on the manual level of effort that it'll take to recover, it's hard to estimate the exact time, but we've got a fairly decent road ahead of us. At this moment, based on the impact, the partner has no way to tell us or no way to assess how wide the blast radius is. So we're in the point of assessment to see specifically what's impacted. But the good news is that for New York City, are critical to assess. At this moment, there's no definitive watermark to say how wide the issue is. But as you can see, based on what we're seeing on the airline space, based on what we're seeing in the commercial sector, it's significant.
All right. Matthew Frazier, New York City's Chief Technology Officer, we thank you very much and keep us updated. Any updates you have, please get in touch with us or we'll get back in touch with you. Incredible. Thank you so much. They got a busy morning ahead, but it sounds like this is going to take a lot longer than people would probably like to expect. Now CBS 2's Tony Sadiku joins us live from the Upper West Side.
He's been checking on commuters all morning and the issues that they've been seeing. Tony.
Yeah, just incredible. Failed code, maybe a typo, causing widespread issues from folks traveling by air or train this morning. And it's causing big headaches for commuters. What I want to stress is that there are no impacts to service of buses and trains this morning. However, there are other impacts that we want you to know about. For instance, MTA.com, the MTA app might be affected. The countdown clock, we're told, might be affected. Arrival announcements, potentially their ability to identify train locations. So a lot of this has just been developing throughout the morning. But we did speak with one commuter who shared what he's noticed on his way into work this morning.
I was waiting for the train, and the platform, there's nothing, on the panels, nothing at all. I couldn't even exactly check the time the train are coming. There's no way you can see nothing.
So you just had to wait for the train?
Just wait for the train, that's it.
I will say I did go down recently into the subway, and I did notice that some of the panels are starting to come online, so potentially slow improvements there. So that's good news, of course, as you start to see people and the activity picking up out of your West 72nd Street subway station. But the other important things to note, critical communications with the city, including the 911 systems, FDNY, all those things are good to go from what we've been told. But of course, if there are any updates, we'll be sure to bring those to you. Chris and Mary will send it back to you.
Okay, Tony, thank you. Be sure to stay with CBS 2 News as we continue to follow the latest on this outage. We will be live at the top, well, on top of this story, I should say, all morning long as we get you up-to-the-minute updates online and, of course, on our free CBS News app. Of course, as soon as I say the word outage, the screen goes dark.
Yeah, we're back.
Perfect.
We're back. Let's get you over to meteorologist John Elliott. He has our first alert forecast. At least one thing we don't have to worry about today.
It is funny. We're all like a little jumpy, so take a deep breath. Weather is cooperating. I know you're dealing with a lot of stress, but weather will not contribute to said stress. Out the door, 67. Here's what's in store. Great weather. Some of the best in the country after a brutal and hot and humid and stormy week. 85 to yesterday. 3, 4, 5, 7, 12 degrees cooler. Parts of Sussex, Warren, you're a lot cooler, and everybody's drier. It took a while. I was out, yes, it was still a little sticky, but now that dry air cascading over the area, and look at here, comfortable with a capital C for your day today. Let's have lunch outside. Maybe that's the best option. Sunny skies, sunglasses, sunscreen, good to go. Let's go swimming. And unlike Monday and Tuesday where you'd get out of the pool and be just as humid, no, it's going to be refreshing. Great way to cool off. Just lather up, have the sunscreen on. And don't forget for the beaches, we're watching the possibility of some dangerous rip currents for the south-facing beaches. Just give you a heads up. It looks great for the Yankees tonight. You know, one way to talk about the weekend is Yankees forecast. You're going to deal with more clouds tomorrow, maybe an interruption shower, that's it. Then it's heat and humidity Sunday into Monday, and then that is going to be the hallmark of your week next week. Tuesday night, Wednesday, that's when we're going to see some storms out there. But today,
enjoy it while we can.
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely.
Okay, John, thank you.
All right, we have some trouble out there on the roads. Let's get you to first alert traffic, and here's Guy Stanier.
That's right, Mary. We're going to start in the Bronx. We have slow traffic on the westbound side of the Cross Bronx. Traffic stretches from the Bronx River Parkway all the way back to the Bruckner interchange. No specific incidents, just the usual commuter delays. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. Train and bus service is unaffected, but we still have problems for New Jersey Transit. Due to yesterday's excessive heat, not the global technical outage, trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up, we're going to continue our coverage of this massive outage affecting the entire world.
A live look at Newark Airport. Operations are starting to resume, but there are massive delays this morning. We will continue to keep an eye on this breaking situation. You're streaming CBS News New York.
Spending some time with us on a Friday morning, just to give you, some comfort. It's the pick of the week weather-wise. It's great. Pretty decent weekend, drop or two, yes. So here's the deal. Mostly sunny, delightful, low humidity, 85 seasonal highs, great for Friday night activities. Hopefully you're back online and feeling fine by Friday night. Saturday, right out of the gate, more clouds. What? Definitely more clouds. So there are going to be changes, a little bit more humidity. Models are hinting at a pop-up shower kind of migrating through the area Saturday into Sunday, warm and humid. One other quick note, air quality is a lot better, but it's still moderate. Don't forget sunscreen, and sad to say, pollen still high.
John, widespread computer outages disrupting business operations across the globe.
CBS News' Jared Hill has the very latest now from New York.
A massive IT outage has halted operations for banks, airlines, and computer systems worldwide. This relates to computers using Microsoft software and the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. Multiple airlines issued ground stops Friday morning. American Airlines tells CBS News in a statement they're working with CrowdStrike to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, and they're in contact with planes currently in the air. Across the globe, stores and airports like these also taking a hit. Frontier Airlines initially reported that a Microsoft outage Thursday night had caused a ground stop. That was lifted, they say, this morning. The Secretary of Transportation posted on social media that they're monitoring the flight cancellation and delay issue. Also on social media, Microsoft 365 Status, an arm of its customer service group, posted its outages started around 6 Eastern. It's not currently clear if or how the issues are connected. Jared Hill, CBS News, New York.
Now to the 2024 presidential election. In a speech that ran more than 90 minutes, Donald Trump accepted the Republican Party's nomination for president.
It was Trump's first public remarks since last week's attempted assassination in Pennsylvania. CBS News' Sabrina Franzen has more from the final night of the RNC.
Proudly accept your nomination for president of the United States.
Former President Donald Trump closed out the Republican National Convention days after surviving an assassination attempt.
If I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark and I would not be here tonight.
Trump took a moment to honor the retired firefighter who was killed in the shooting. As promised, the 2024 Republican nominee began his speech with an appeal for national unity.
Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness.
To the undecided voters.
Of course. You can't say anything negative about him. He was fabulous.
Trump's family, including former First Lady Melania Trump and his daughter Ivanka, were there in a show of support. The final night of the RNC also brought some star power with this rousing speech from former pro wrestler Hulk Hogan.
Let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother.
Trump and running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance will hold their first joint campaign rally in Michigan this weekend. Sabrina Franza, CBS News, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And coming out more on the Microsoft outage that has caused worldwide concern as everything from flights to banking apps and everything in between is affected.
We will have more team coverage on the issue coming up right after the break. We'll be back right here on CBS News New York. And we welcome you back. Time for a check of your first alert traffic report with Guy Stanier. Hey, Guy.
Good morning, Chris. We're going to start with the look in Queens. We have slow traffic on the southbound side of the BQE. Delays stretch from the Kosciuszko Bridge back to the Grand Central Parkway. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. Train and bus service is unaffected. We still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to yesterday's excessive heat, not a global technical.
Overnight causing delays and cancellations.
But we did receive some good news. American Airlines releasing a statement at about 5 a.m. saying that that technical issue with the vendor impacted multiple carriers, including American. But as of 5 a.m., they were able to safely reestablish their operations and that they apologized to their customers for the inconvenience.
And we're starting to see more examples of the issues that this outage is causing worldwide. This is a supermarket chain in Australia reporting their self-checkout machines have been rendered useless and are displaying the blue recovery screen. Some other stores in the country decided to just close their doors due to the ongoing outage.
It's kind of a microcosm of things happening all across the world, from banks to airlines to media outlets. The outage also affecting the Paris Olympic Games. The Paris Olympics Organization Committee said that its IT operations have been impacted by this cyber outage. Just a week before the games, the organization says that the committee, in a statement, that they have activated contingency plans in order to continue operations. It did not immediately provide details on how its operations were affected, but they're trying to get to work just like the rest of the world is to get everything back up and running. All these computers apparently have to be updated manually.
One
it's going to take a
by
while.
one. Up next, top stories of the day, including the very latest on the massive Microsoft outage that is affecting the world. Everybody looking at blue screens, black screens. It's really a problem for airports, banks, businesses severely impacted by this.
We'll have the latest on the situation, plus your first alert weather right after this.
Welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Mary Calvi, and let's get to your top story this morning. A global computer outage causing massive issues due to a cybersecurity situation. It's impacting everything from banks to air travel, along with homes and offices around the world. Computers being affected. CBS News' Natalie Duddridge has the very latest from the newsroom. Natalie.
What a morning, Mary. Well, first off, if you ever dream of simpler times before computers, before the internet, when we use cash instead of credit cards, well, that's kind of what people across the world have been experiencing this morning, except it hasn't been simpler. It's actually been very complicated because of this software glitch that has created global issues impacting banks, airlines, supermarkets, health systems, and TV stations like ours. When we came in this morning, we all saw computers that were blue, looking like this. It says recovery. It says it looks like Windows didn't load correctly. Well, that's what a lot of people have been seeing. Now, we are told by the experts this is not a secure customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. He says the issue has been identified and a fix has been deployed. Microsoft 365 saying on social media that it's rerouting effective traffic to healthy infrastructure. We also spoke to the city's chief technology officer, who says the good news is New York City's critical systems are up and running. 911, 311, they are functioning. And we also spoke to an expert about CrowdStrike, and he says that they were updating the system. We still don't know the exact cause, but here's how he explains how easily a glitch like this can happen.
There was an update to that, we believe, pushed out overnight UK time, late at night US, East Coast, and basically the update seems to have had some sort of error or issue in it. This could literally be an individual typo that suggests that something has gone wrong. It could be an individual digit or a number that is incorrect or misplaced. And just in the same way that if you tried to start a car and it had an issue, sort of fault with one individual part, and the engine wouldn't start and it kept trying to start again and again, it looks like this is happening with Windows Computer.
Now, again, the exact cause of the update failure not yet known. But what this does show us is how dependent and reliant we are on digital infrastructure. It can be expensive, time-consuming, as we've been seeing this morning. People trying to catch flights, people trying to take out cash. Experts say businesses, airlines, hospitals, first responders, they are all constantly working to keep systems resilient from breaches like this. Again, there is a fix, but it's a manual fix. And so businesses around the world, including here in our newsroom, have IT experts that are having to go from computer to solve this. And how our IT expert, Jalil, explained to me here in our newsroom is that he has to go into each system and then delete a single file to get things working. So say thank you this morning, Mary, to your IT experts working in your business. We'll send it back to you.
And we say thank you to ours. They've been all night working on this. Full team is in-house, so thank you to them for getting us up and running. We appreciate it. Thank you, Natalie. And the outage is disrupting flights around the world. CBS News' Christina Fan is joining us now live from Newark Airport. And Christina, so many frustrated passengers out there this morning, and you were talking to some waiting hours for information.
That is right, Mary. We spoke to one woman who has been here since 3 a.m. Seconds before coming on air, this woman just screamed at us, telling us that she has been standing in line for 7 hours and just got her boarding pass. I also do want to mention the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey just issued a message urging passengers not to travel to airports unless their flight has been confirmed. I will also say that as the morning has progressed, the news has gotten a little bit more aren't working. So take a look at this. Ticketing agents have been having to issue boarding passes manually, handwriting information old school like passenger names and their gates. Now, these problems first started last night with Frontier Airlines. Then this morning, most major U.S. airlines like Delta, United, and American also reported the same problems and requested ground stops with the FAA, citing communication issues. Again, United and American in the last hour and a half have since lifted those ground stops, but delays and cancellations remain.
I'm supposed to be flying to Albany. I just flew from Panama. And when I boarded in the David airport, which is another area in Panama, to Panama City, all the computers died. And we just thought it was local. So they started hand writing all of the boarding passes. So we were very delayed getting out of there. And then Panama now, and they just told me here at the United desk that they're completely down. It's worldwide.
It's just terrible. People spend thousands of dollars to go on vacation or go home or go visit family, and this is the situation that we get put through between these airline companies that make millions of dollars.
And it goes without saying, the departures board is a complete mess. Lots of delays, cancellations, but not all airlines appear to be impacted. We spoke to several families flying Alaska Air this morning. They are the lucky ones. A lot of them were totally oblivious that this global outage had happened. Their flights are on time and taking off as normal, but the vast majority of people here at Terminal B are experiencing major issues. And taking a look nationwide, there have been nearly 1,300 delays and over 670 cancellations, and that number, I'm sure, is only going to continue to climb. Reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. Let's get to CBS 2's Tony Sadiku joining us live from the Upper West Side. And you've been talking with commuters about issues that they've been experiencing throughout this morning, Tony.
Yeah, Mary, and the sentiment is technology's great when it works, and a lot of them being impacted by some way, shape, or form. At least for some people, this is impacting them, whether it's them trying to check their emails to get around. Others, going about their day just fine because their emails are working. Tough to pinpoint exactly why some Microsoft emails working versus not, but generally that is one of the impacts that we've seen. The other, of course, getting around. We know that trains and buses have not been impacted in terms of their service. However, the screen,
it's not working. I was waiting for the Q train. There's no way I can exactly verify.
And this is how you normally get to work.
Exactly. See?
All right, so what I can tell you is that MTA is urging people to listen to the announcements in their subway stations. We know at this point that, at least here, the tech is starting to come back online, but still early in the game. That might not be the case everywhere. But I do want to urge you, give yourself extra time if you can. I do have a call into MTA officials. We'll let you know when we hear back. Back to you.
Tony, thank you so much. Be sure to stay with CBS 2 as we continue to follow the latest on this major outage. We will be live with this story throughout the morning for you. You can also get up-to-the-minute updates online and on our free CBS News app. Let's get to the weather right now. Boy, do we have a nice day out there today. We're going to turn things over to meteorologist John Elliott. Even the temperatures are feeling nice out there, John.
And I know Tony would love to be sharing some of these numbers, too, because you are so right, Mary, and it is a gift. And I know I've been focusing on these great numbers, but it's kind of gives you something to feel good about. Upper 50s, upper 60s, 58 to 68. That's the spread from Liberty to Woodmere, 63 in Chatham, 68 in Spring Lake. But compared to yesterday, it's a little or a lot cooler. And for all reporting stations, dew points are a lot lower. There's less humidity. It's going to feel good this afternoon. 85 is the normal high. 85 is where we're headed. And let's see, it's going to feel like 85. So when you factor in that parts of the area had heat index values at around 105, a 20-degree drop in the way the air feels. Sun sets at 8:23, plenty of sun to see. Odds for rain, not today. And tomorrow and Sunday, not that big, but it's a weekend. So we have to tell you, do our due diligence and give you the heads up on what we're anticipating. Really pretty skies today. You see that right there. But definitely more in the way of cloud cover on Saturday. Of your 2 weekend days, Saturday's a little cloudier. Sunday's definitely brighter. But humidity is going to creep up as well. So a July gem today. Tomorrow, though, definitely more clouds. You see that. Have to leave in the possibility of a stray shower or even an isolated thunderstorm. Want to remind you, it's isolated. This is not a washout. There's no organized rainmaker. There's no front. There's no area low pressure. You're just going to have a little bit more heat, a little bit more humidity, and a little added instability. Sunday right now shaping up to be the brighter of the 2 days, but Sunday is definitely more. Saturday, clouds, stray shower, maybe a thunderstorm. Sunday, more humidity. And then, Mary, the heads up for next week is Monday, just kind of a sultry summer day, and then it's late Tuesday into Wednesday. We see some showers and thunderstorms. That unsettled pattern could factor into a good part of next week. Today, happy to report weather's going to be really nice, Mary.
Well, we sure appreciate it, John. Thank you. Let's get you to First Alert traffic. A number of issues to deal with this morning. Guy Stanier.
That's right, Mary. We're going to start in Brooklyn. The northbound side of the Gowanus-BQE combination, very slow. Traffic is all the way back to the Belt Parkway merge. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. Train and bus service, however, is unaffected. We do still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to yesterday's excessive heat, not the global technical outage. Trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. We're taking a quick break. Up next, CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm taking responsibility for this worldwide outage. A live look from inside Newark Airport, where we are seeing delays and cancellations due to the computer problems. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York.
Now you can get your CBS New York news, weather, and live stream all in one place on the CBS News app. Download it free today.
Welcome back to CBS News New York Live. Look from the airport from inside Newark. You can see some lines that are formed. Crowds are building. We have delays. We have cancellations. And it has been like this for hours. United and American have cancellations. We're seeing some significant ones. 35 at JFK, LaGuardia with 87, and Newark with 25. And we've been monitoring the outages impacts on the airports this morning. Earlier this morning, we checked in with CBS News senior travel correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
Good morning to you guys. Here on the West Coast, this outage started disrupting flights. Those red eyes that were supposed to be landing at Newark about now, they never took off. So folks are still in Los Angeles because of these issues. American, United, and Delta basically halting all of their flights overnight. We're hearing from American and United that they have now begun restarting their operation. That does not mean it's full speed ahead and that every one of these planes waiting to push back is going to be off the gate here in the next few minutes. It's likely going to be a crawl, walk, run approach here. Delta is still in the process, it sounds like, of getting things back working. Basically, this IT outage impacted sort of the back office stuff, the systems that the airlines need to dispatch an airplane. Things like transmitting weight and balance information, last-minute directions to the pilots. Without those systems working, it's just not really possible to manually operate an airline of the scale of a United, American, or a Delta. That forced the ground stop. Interestingly, Southwest tells us they are operating more or less normally today. They appear to be unaffected by this Microsoft CrowdStrike situation. But we're going to see significant delays throughout the day. We're already approaching about 1,300 delayed flights just for today, about 700 cancellations. Expect those numbers to grow as this goes on, but it looks like we're moving in the right direction.
And now, taking a look at our weather.
So, you know, when we talk about flight delays and impacts, I just want to give you some perspective. The heat index in Central and South Florida today going to be 100 to 105. That's going to cause some issues once these planes get going. Atlanta up to Charlotte, lots of heat, and they could be dealing with some storms. You see where there's that big temperature variation for parts of the southeast. That's going to contribute to their thunderstorm chance. Front range of the Rockies very hot, and they could see some storms as well. So just to remind you, we've got great weather here. That's going to help our area airports. It's going to help you out, too. And if today is a day where you can just sit and chill, it's going to be a thrill because it's so nice. Weekend's okay. Weekend, we'll see a little bit more humidity creep up. So that is going to bring in the chance of a drop or two. You'll feel it. It'll be more pronounced than what you see here because 85 on Friday to 88 on Sunday doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But when you factor in the higher dew points, it's going to feel like the low 90s first part of the weekend and into the first part of next week. One kind of glaring thing you see in the middle of that graphic is more clouds Saturday. Saturday's going to be a cloudy day. And with that added moisture in the atmosphere, there's just enough instability where we could see a brief shower or
to the Belt Parkway merge. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. Train and bus service is unaffected. However, we still have problems for New Jersey Transit. Due to yesterday's excessive heat, not the global technical outage, trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Mary, back to you.
And now to the 2024 presidential election and the Democratic ticket. Word President Biden could be days away from exiting the race. Last night, Montana Democratic Senator John Tester called on the president to step aside. The president continues to publicly insist he is going nowhere, but senior officials say he's beginning to get the message that he may not be able to win the race. CBS News' Dick Brennan has the latest.
He's isolating with COVID in Delaware, but President Biden may finally be hearing the loud message from many in his party. Two senior House Democrats tell CBS News that he could leave the race in 3 to 5 days. This amidst intense pressure to step down, reportedly including Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi, along with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. For now, though, the Biden team gives the party line on the president.
He is and will be the Democratic nominee.
Arriving in Delaware, the president took his time walking down the stairs of Air Force One, holding on to the railing and taking breaks to look around. Mr. Biden seemed to struggle as he made his way to the car.
The combination of the visual and the verbal gaffes really gives the picture of a guy who may be ending that long period of high productivity.
And the party rebellion continues to grow. Congressman Jamie Raskin compared Biden to an aging baseball player. There is no shame in taking a well-deserved bow to the overflowing appreciation of the crowd when your arm is tired out. Raskin urges Biden to caucus with the team, Mr. President. Hear them out. You will make the right decision.
The question we face is what kind of country do we want to live in?
As the party turmoil unfolds, Vice President Kamala Harris stuck to the script, hitting the former president hard.
If Donald Trump were to win in November, he will continue to sell out working families. He will continue to attack reproductive freedom, and he will continue to undermine our democracy.
But with an Emerson poll showing the Biden campaign now behind in all the battleground states, the question, can Democrats change horses in midstream and bring in a new candidate?
We've got an extremely limited amount of time. You have to produce ads, you have to raise money, you have to raise awareness, you have to develop a policy platform. All of that needs to be done in a couple of weeks, or this isn't going to be a viable campaign.
How about this for lines on your Friday mornings? You're trying to get a flight out of town. They have been long. People waiting for hours. One woman saying she waited 7 hours to get a boarding. With 56 delays, Newark has 75. And as for cancellations, let's give you a look at that at our 3 area airports, and each of them looking at more than 50 at this hour. Now, here we're seeing the blue screens that so many stores and businesses are being faced with as they try to start their work computers. Worldwide, this is what we are looking at. Take a look at this supermarket chain. This is in Australia. They are reporting their self-checkout machines have been rendered useless and are displaying blue recovery screens and black screens as well. Some other stores in that country also deciding just to close their doors due to the ongoing outage. Of course, all of this a major internet outage affecting Microsoft. It is disrupting flights. We are seeing a couple of planes moving, which is exciting news because we haven't seen anything for a few hours there. But banks as well, media outlets, and companies just across the world are dealing with these problems due to the technology issues at Microsoft. Now, it all comes down to a cybersecurity firm, CrowdStrike, which had a failure this morning. They were reporting it as a software update failure rather than a breach into their system. They say they are working to fix the problem, but it sure has been slow because we have seen problems across the globe due to all of this. We have the latest on the situation for you. We've been covering it for you throughout the morning, and we'll also have your first alert weather forecast. That's all coming up for you next, right here on CBS News New York.
Nice and quiet. Friday is fabulous. You do see, though, and I know you're thinking, oh, here we go, it's the weekend. Can't we just have more fine weather for the weekend? A few changes. You'll see more clouds and then a possibility of a shower or thunderstorm, both Saturday and Sunday. If I had to pick a day, I would say Saturday has a slightly better chance. High pressure, though, today. It's all about high pressure today. Nice weather, and we earned it. After these bruising days with those real feel numbers in the, low triple digits, we are going to see comfortable conditions. One thing you are going to notice, though, a little bit more humidity as we wrap up the weekend and head into next week. And then that does kind of return this summer pattern. So late to
world over, computer screens have a blue message saying recovery. We have live team coverage. CBS News New York at 8 starts right now.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
And thank you, Mary. Welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Chris Raggi. We appreciate you joining us. We're following breaking news this morning, a major worldwide technology outage. Everything from flights to banks, even media companies affected, including this one. Computers displaying that blue screen like this with the words recovery in big letters across the screen. Taking a live look now at Newark Liberty International Airport. Flights are being delayed and canceled. Some passengers also got stuck on the tarmac as their planes were getting ready to take off this morning. We're going to have live team coverage of this massive outage. Tony Sadiqa was live on the Upper West Side this morning. Christina Fan getting traveler reaction at Newark Liberty. But let's start with Natalie Dudridge, who was live in the newsroom with the very latest on what is happening. Natalie?
Chris, and what a morning it has been. It was extremely complicated for all of us as we walked into our newsrooms and we found these screens, as you mentioned, that said recovery, and that's what we're dealing with right now. You know, I wonder, Chris, if you ever dream of simpler times when we weren't dealing with computers and the internet, when we used to use cash instead of credit cards. I mean, that is what people across the world have been dealing with this morning. We did hear from the CEO of CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company that says it's to blame for today's worldwide computer outages. This impact being felt at airports, banks, offices, retail outlets as well. And this is a software glitch. It is not a cyber attack, just to be clear. So again, we have been hearing from the CEO who says on social media, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Microsoft Windows. He says the issue has been identified. A fix has been deployed. Microsoft 365 said on social media that it's rerouting the affected traffic to healthy infrastructure. We also spoke to the city's chief technology officer, who says the good news is New York City's critical systems are up and running. 911, 311 are functioning. Also, just a couple updates we've been receiving this morning. The Port Authority says it has not been impacted. The New York Stock Exchange says markets are fully operational. They expect a normal open this morning. We even reached out to supermarkets. Wegmans, for example, say they are experiencing issues, and that is impacting food tracking, inventory, and delivery. So all kinds of things going on this morning. We did reach out to a security expert to kind of break this down for us. He explains how easily computer issues like this can happen.
There was an update to that, we believe, pushed out overnight car, and it had an issue, sort of fault with one individual part, and the engine wouldn't start, and it kept trying to start again and again. It looks like this is happening with Windows Computer.
So again, the exact cause of this update failure, not yet known. But what this system glitch is showing us, Chris, is just how dependent and reliant we are on digital infrastructure, and also how expensive and time-consuming it is when this all goes down. Now, there is a website. It's called Down Detector. It tracks user-reported internet outages. We can see growing outages in services, for example, like Visa, ADT Security, Amazon. We saw Christina Fan out there all morning reporting the mess at airports. Some online banking apps apps aren't working, including my own when I tried to log in this morning. So experts say businesses, airlines, hospitals, first responders, they are constantly working to keep their systems resilient and avoid issues like this that, as we have seen, have caused widespread impact. Again, there is a fix. It's a manual fix. It's extremely time consuming. You can't just turn on a switch. And IT experts, what they have to do is they have to go computer to computer to solve this. And how our IT expert, Jalil, explained this to me, is he has to log into each affected device and then delete a file to get things working. So if you do one thing today, thank your IT experts if you're heading into work. Chris, will send it back to you.
You know, it's funny, Natalie, you said earlier in your report, before computers, simpler times, you know, before the internet, before computers and whatnot, and I say to myself, yeah, that was high school. Those were simpler times.
Simpler times, but it's complicated now.
Well, I know, and it's funny.
This.
Well, the stories that we've been showing all morning from airports around the world, earlier this morning when there was ground stops all over the world, when people were handwriting boarding passes.
Yeah.
There was an airport in Belfast, Ireland, where they literally had a whiteboard and they were doing departures and delays on a whiteboard. It was like being thrown back into the Stone Ages of air travel and communications back then.
And Chris, my mom would love this because she wants everything to be on paper. She wished people made phone calls and didn't use their computers. But, you know, for the rest of us, this is a very challenging morning.
Yes, we'll be back up and running in no time. Natalie, thank you very much. We appreciate the update. We'll talk with you shortly. Now, this outage is disrupting flights around the world, as I mentioned. CBS 2's Christina Fan joins us live from Newark Liberty Airport with the very latest there. And Christina, we have just been watching people lined up for hours and hours behind you all morning long. Any progress there?
Well, Chris, the lines are still here, and I can tell you it has been absolute pandemonium inside Terminal B. Some of these people have been waiting 4 to 5 hours just to get their hands on a boarding pass because computer systems are down. Earlier in the morning, we talked about how several major U.S. airlines ordered ground stops, meaning no flights were taking off. Things have since improved. Flights have out manually. Yes, you heard that right. Ticketing agents are handwriting information like passenger names, their gate, and their flight number. Now, this global IT problem first hit Frontier Airlines last night. Then this morning, many other major U.S. airlines like Delta, United, and American reported similar problems and requested ground stops, with the FAA citing communication issues. United and American and Frontier have since lifted their ground stops, but delays and cancellations remain.
When I got here, I just saw people, so many people, and I was like wondering, what's going on? What's going on? I tried checking in at the kiosk and I'm like, okay, there's nothing. And then that's when, like, when I asked people, like, what's going on? Like, my flight is at 6:49. They're like, oh, the system is down.
It's just terrible. People spend thousands of dollars to go on vacation or go home or go visit family, and this is the situation that we get put through between these airline companies that make millions of dollars.
Now, it goes without saying, the departures board is a complete mess, not only at Newark, but at airports nationwide. And taking a look domestically, there have been over 1,500 delays and nearly 1,000 cancellations this morning. The Port Authority also just issued a message urging passengers not to travel to airports unless their flight has been confirmed by their airline. Reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Christina, thank you. And take a look at this. This is new video out of LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, showing those blue screens, just like you saw Natalie sharing earlier, and any computer screen around your office if you're at the office right now. You can see the monitors at the airport normally displaying flight information all down, just like the airlines in our area. Lots of delays, crowds, confused passengers, as you heard Christina mention a second ago. If you're headed to any airport today, just make sure you keep your eye on your flight status. The good news is the weather is fantastic out there, so when they do get back up and running, hopefully they can make up some ground quickly. CBS 2's Tony Sadico joins us now live from the Upper West Side. He's talking with commuters about issues that they've been having this morning. Tony?
Yeah, I can certainly second the weather is great out here, Chris, but it's really the issues getting around, getting their day started, getting back to work on a Friday that's got some folks frustrated. But what I'll tell you, it's interesting because it's been mixed in terms of people affected by this. Some checking their emails, not working. Others working just fine. And, you know, in terms of businesses too, spoke with a Chase bank worker who told us she got an email earlier this morning about possible impacts to her day. Remains to be seen exactly what that was. She didn't know. She was just going to find out when she walked in. And other businesses too. Blue Bottle Coffee, you might be familiar with them on the Upper West Side. Went in there. They see commuters. We know there haven't been service impacts in terms of those commuting by train, by bus. However, kind of glitchy earlier this morning in terms of the MTA app. Folks trying to get around, looking at the boards. We caught up with a guy earlier. Right now, it looks like things are improving and starting to come back online. But take a listen to what he said when he was just trying to get to work earlier this morning.
I was waiting for the train, and the platform, there's nothing, on the panels, nothing at all. I couldn't even exactly check exactly the time the train are coming. There's no way you can see nothing.
So you just had to wait for the train?
Just wait for the train, that's it.
Just waiting for the train. So it's a good reminder. I know MTA has been trying to urge folks to listen to the announcements, give yourself extra time to get to where you're going, as it might not be the case everywhere. They may slowly be coming back online, but at least some progress, Chris, here this morning. And of course, if there's anything new that we hear, we'll be sure to let you know.
All right, Tony, thank you. We will check back in with you. Well, earlier this morning, the Chief Technology Officer and Commissioner of the Office of Technology and Innovation, Matthew Frazier, joined us to give us a little insight in how the outage is affecting New York City. Let's listen in.
Good morning.
So how are your systems operating right now?
So for New York City, all of our critical systems are up and operational. Luckily for us, we take measures in place to ensure that things like 911 and 311 are air-gapped so that things like this don't happen to our most critical systems.
The 911 system, any impact on that?
No, 911 is up and operational. Every part of that, from call taking to radio operations, is running without incident. Same with 311. Unfortunately, as you've recently learned, we had a third-party partner, CrowdStrike, which is one of the nation's leader in cybersecurity. Around midnight, they pushed an update that impacted a number of computers and servers across not just the New York City estate, but across the global estate. And the update that they pushed caused those systems to critically fail. And essentially what it did was it took a number of things offline. And unfortunately, at this moment, there's no automated way to remediate that. To fix this issue, we have to touch, or anyone that's impacted would have to touch each system manually, which means it's very time-consuming and arduous to actually get this issue resolved.
So I know you can't put an exact time figure on it, but in order to get things back up and running and I guess return to where we were before this breach, how long is this something like this going to take, and are there any impacts citywide that we should know about, our viewers need to know about?
Yeah. So at this moment, we're taking stock of everything that's been impacted. And the one point of clarification I'd say is that this isn't, at the best that we know it at this moment, this isn't a breach or no way to assess how wide the blast radius is. So we're in the point of assessment to see specifically what's impacted. But the good news is that for New York City, our critical assets, traffic management, 911, water, and the things that are most critical for city operations, those things remain up and running without incident, and they're not impacted at this moment.
Any word on the markets?
So as it currently stands, we have an open line of communication with all of our partners trying to assess. At this moment, there's no definitive watermark to say how wide the issue is. But as you can see, based on what we're seeing on the airline space, based on what we're seeing in the commercial sector, it's significant.
All right. Matthew Frazier, New York City's Chief Technology Officer, we thank you very much and keep us updated. Any updates you have, please get in touch with us or we'll get back in touch with you. Incredible. Thank you so much. You got a busy morning ahead, but it sounds like this is going to take a lot longer than people would probably like to expect. And we ask that you stay with CBS News New York as we continue to follow the latest on this major outage. We will be live with this story throughout the morning and afternoon. You can also get up-to-the-minute updates online on our free CBS News app. It is 8:14 right now. Up next, we've got to check your local forecast as well as your first alert traffic, and we're going to continue to update the impacts of this outage across the world, including in Paris and Australia. And here's another live look inside Newark Airport, where we have started to see passengers grow more and more frustrated, keeping an eye on the delays and the cancellations that are widespread all around the world, and especially at our three major airports. You're streaming CBS News New York. Good morning and welcome back to CBS News New York on this Friday, July 19th. We're following breaking news for you overnight as a massive Microsoft outage continues to impact commuters and computers all over the world. The cybersecurity company CrowdStrike taking responsibility for the issues. They said they have fixed it. Now we're just working on computers coming back online all across the world. We're taking a live look. This is from Pittsburgh International Airport. Delays and cancellations impacting travel all across the country and the world for that matter. We'll continue to keep an eye on this breaking news situation for you this morning as computers all around the world and country continue to come back online. More on that shortly, but finally some good news for the U.S. Meteorologist John Elliott here with your first alert forecast. In this part of the country, at least, we are in this great weather pattern, Johnny.
Well, you saw they're taking the luggage there in Pittsburgh, so they're loading stuff up.
It's just getting those planes in the air.
Loaded. So if you're flying to Pittsburgh or Philly, well, or D.C. up into Boston, Northeast airports are in great shape. Detroit, Chicago as well, all the way down into maybe Nashville, but Atlanta and then points south. You've got a line of storms in parts of the south, and then it's just really hot. South Florida, heat index values, Orlando down to Tampa, 100 to 105. I know. So they're paying the price today. Clearance 69, and this is the point Chris is making. It is great. After the heat and humidity earlier in the week, we're taking the dive. I mean, it was a transition yesterday. Still a little cloudy, still a little humid, but now today just great. So once we get things back online, if you do have to take off, I mean, the weather is going to cooperate. It's just a process of volume. So up into Boston, down into Baltimore, Philly, D.C. By the way, this week in D.C., they've set all kinds of records. They're getting a break from the heat as well. So you can see through Detroit, Chicago, Columbus, Cincinnati, those hubs are fine. But Atlanta, we're worried about this kind of ambling front. That's going to blow things up potentially with more storms. They need the rain. That's not the way you want to do it. Denver and Phoenix have got the possibility of storms as well. I think locally, you got really beautiful skies today, but it's going to be cloudy tomorrow. So it's going to be cloudy, still going to be a little muggy. So that'll pave the way for a pop-up. Watch this. In fact, as we click away your fine Friday, no issues. If you can stick around and you can get over the stress of the morning, it's going to be great Friday night. Saturday morning, though, it's cloudy. It's definitely cloudy. And whoa, watch what's going on. This is now Saturday afternoon. So if you're going out to the island, you're in better shape because we see north and west a chance of an afternoon thunderstorm. Some of the models want to hold this stuff together, though. So Saturday night, there could be an interruption. Maybe it's the family get-together. Maybe it's the backyard barbecue. You could see an interruption, and then it's fine. It'll shape up. Sunday morning, it's just going to be steamy. South Ocean, so that means LBI, you could see a thunderstorm, but then it's relatively quiet. It just gets us back into this summer pattern where it's hot and humid for the remainder of the, weekend and then into the first change. I think the AC is back on. I know you've been spending a lot of money running that AC. Saturday's humid with a stray shower or thunderstorm. Sunday's humid and hot. It's going to feel like the low 90s. And then, Chris, the heads up for next Tuesday night. Right now, it's looking like the timing is later Tuesday, right through this period where we're going to be dealing with these sticky storms. But you said it. I mean, if you've got to take off, if you're waiting for a plane, today the weather is going to cooperate. And if you don't have to go anywhere, man, just lay low.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. It's going to be beautiful.
Doesn't sound like it's a good idea to go anywhere, whether it's work or the airport or anywhere at this point, until things get back to normal, and that's going to take a little while. John, thank you. Now for your first alert traffic report, here is CBS News traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy?
Good morning, Chris. We're going to start in Brooklyn. The northbound side of the Gowanus-BQE combination, very slow. Traffic all the way back to the Belt Parkway merge. Just a heads up, some MTA customer information systems are temporarily offline. However, train and bus service is unaffected. We still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to yesterday's excessive heat, not a global technical outage. Trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris, back to you.
Thank you. Now to the 2024 presidential election. In a speech that ran for more than 90 minutes last night, the longest ever, Donald Trump accepted the Republican Party's nomination for president. It was Trump's first public remark since last week's attempted assassination in Pennsylvania. CBS 2's Sabrina Franza has more on the final night of the RNC.
Proudly accept your nomination for president of the United States.
Former President Donald Trump closed out the Republican National Convention days after surviving an assassination attempt.
If I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight.
Trump took a moment to honor the retired firefighter who was killed in the shooting. As promised, the 2024 Republican nominee began his speech with an appeal for national unity.
Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness.
Partway through his speech, former President Trump veered off script, lashing out against his legal troubles and bashing the Democrats' handling of foreign policy, the economy, and immigration.
You know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population.
Do you feel like he did a good job making his case to the undecided voters?
Of course. You can't say anything negative about him. He was fabulous.
Trump's family, including former First Lady Melania Trump and his daughter Ivanka, were there in a show of support.
Well, just ahead, CrowdStrike taking full responsibility for this worldwide global outage this morning with Microsoft users. A live look now from inside Newark Airport, to where we're already seeing delays and cancellations. We've been seeing these for the last few hours now. We're monitoring the issue. We're going to bring you the latest updates as they come in. We'll be right back right here on CBS News New York.
Now, this is Grill Rescue. Traditionally with our grills, we've been using brushes that have metal bristles.
Yeah.
These metal bristles fall off, can get in your hamburgers or your food when you're cooking and get ingested.
Yeah.
Over 100 people a year end up in the ER, so we should not be using these. Firefighters have actually invented this. This material that you see here is actually firefighter material from the actual jackets they wear.
Jacket. Yeah, it feels like that.
You submerge it in, and now we're going to steam clean our grill. So once this is wet, you put the grill on up to 400 degrees.
Wow. What a morning. Huh?
How about it, huh? Welcome back to CBS News New York on this Friday, July 19th. Power outages everywhere, computer outages everywhere. It's just been one of those things. We're starting to see more examples of the issues that this outage is causing worldwide.
So take a look at the supermarket chain in Australia. They're reporting self-checkout machines have been rendered useless and are displaying the blue recovery screens that we're seeing. Some other stores in the country decided to close their doors due to the ongoing outage.
And here at home, we're hearing that supermarket chain Wegmans also experiencing issues from the outage on the East Coast. Those stores reporting issues tracking food inventory and deliveries. You know, John, throughout the morning, we've been discussing this in that blue screen. I did not realize there was actually a name for it. It's called the BSOD. I swear to God, blue screen of death. That's kind of like the running kind of joke they have of it. Yeah, because every time you see it, you're like, oh God, it's going to be one of those days.
You know, Natalie keeps talking about bank outages.
Yeah.
You know?
She had some problem with, I guess, her bank with TD. Okay,
yeah,
she had some problems this morning. Citibank, I did check. There were no problems there. But I think
hopefully ATMs will not be impacted.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, you know, CrowdStrike, this is a
I
big cybersecurity for you. Yeah. If you need a loan, I'm going to I'll send you out there to someone in the newsroom that I'm sure.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Recovering, that is the word plastered across computer screens around the world, and what Microsoft is focused on this morning. An overnight error from the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike causing this major outage worldwide. Airlines, banks, media outlets, countless major companies that use Microsoft facing massive problems today. Welcome back to CBS News New York. It's the 8 o'clock hour. I'm Chris Raggi. What a way to start the weekend. Let's begin with team coverage right now. Natalie Dudridge, who's been tracking every live update from our newsroom this morning since 4:30 a.m. when we came on the air. What are we hearing at this point, Natalie?
Well, first off, Chris, I think someone out there is probably making I Survived the Cyber Glitch 2024 t-shirt. I think that is right now being worked on. But we are hearing from the CEO of CrowdStrike behind the glitch. First off, important to note, he says this is not a security incident or a cyber attack. This is a software glitch, and it is having massive impact around the world. So if you tried to log in to a Microsoft Windows computer or device this morning, like we did here in our newsroom, it showed this, as we've been showing you on the screens, the word recovery. It says it looks like Windows didn't load correctly. If you were seeing this issue has probably impacted you, and it is all traced back to CrowdStrike. What is that? Well, it's a global cybersecurity firm often used by many organizations and industries for antivirus protection. The CEO said on social media, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Microsoft Windows. He said the issue has been identified, a fix has been deployed. Microsoft 365 said on social media that it's rerouting the affected traffic to healthy infrastructure. We also spoke to the city, the chief technology officer, who says the good news is New York City's critical systems are up and running. 911, 311 are functioning. We reached out to all kinds of industries. The Port Authority says it has not been impacted. The New York Stock Exchange says markets are fully operational and they expect a normal open this morning. Wegmans Supermarket says they are experiencing issues, and that is impacting food tracking inventory and deliveries as well. Just moments ago, we're hearing from Barclays Bank. In a statement, they say services are operating as normal other than their digital investing platform.
This recovering systems that are out there. And essentially, as you've talked about in the statement I put out, is the system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system. And we identified this very quickly and remediated the issue.
Now, he says the fix has been found, but this is a manual fix. Experts say you can't just turn on a switch and everything is solved. IT experts, what they have to do is they go computer to solve this. How our IT expert, Jalil, explained this to me is he has to log in, he has to get through security, and then he has to delete just a single file to get things working. But you can imagine how time-consuming this is for all of these businesses that have hundreds and thousands of computers. And it also shows how dependent and reliant we are on digital infrastructure, and then also how expensive and time-consuming it is when it goes down. Chris, a very complicated morning for many people around the world.
Very, but Natalie, I see on the screen right to your left there, you still have the blue recovery on the what they're calling the blue screen of death. But there are some computers that are working now. It was brought to my attention, speaking with Peter McGowan in our newsroom, that Jeffrey Birch, who is our resident genius in charge of all the computers, did not have CrowdStrike put on all of our computers in the newsroom for fear that something like this could happen. These updates, and sometimes with these updates, you run into problems like this. Therefore, some of our systems were operational this morning, which is the reason we were able to get on the air. Other news operations all around the country have not been as fortunate. So we are lucky that our tech people here thought about something like this before it happened. So we're fortunate on that front. OK, let's talk about the airlines now. Major disruptions around the globe. There are some airlines around the world, in Europe, before we woke up here, that were already issuing boarding passes that had to be handwritten. Delay boards were being written on whiteboards. It was just incredible what some places have had to do. Christina Fan is live at Newark Liberty this morning, where we have seen line after line and delay after delay all morning long. Christina?
Well, Chris, and a lot of frustration and anxiety, too. Some of these passengers say they waited in line for 4 to 5 hours just to get their hands on a boarding pass because of these computer glitches. Earlier in the morning, several major U.S. airlines announced complete ground stops, meaning no flights were taking off. Since then, the situation has improved. A lot of them have called off those ground stops. Now, we have been speaking to customers, particularly with Spirit Airlines, which is located right behind us all morning. To our left, you can see that there is a wall of kiosks where people normally get their boarding passes. Well, they are not working this morning, which is why passengers are in those long lines trying to get their boarding passes filled out manually. Yes, you heard that right. Ticketing agents have to handwrite information like their names, their gate number, and flight number. Locations still remain.
I'm supposed to be flying to Albany. I just flew from Panama. And when I boarded in the David airport, which is another area in Panama, to Panama City, all the computers died. And we just thought it was local. So they started hand writing all of the boarding passes. So we were very delayed getting out of there. And then Panama now, and they just told me here at the United desk that they're completely down. It's worldwide.
So we tried to check in like 3 hours before we got here, like at 2 a.m., and it wasn't working. So once we got here, there's literally a line this long.
How long did it take you to get to the counter?
Almost 3 hours.
And it goes without saying, the departures board is a complete mess today. Taking a look nationwide, there have been over 1,500 delays and nearly 1,000 cancellations. Now, before we mentioned that United had lifted its ground stop at some airports, but I just ran into a few United employees upstairs who say for Newark, at least, these flights are still not taking off from EWR. And even the Starbucks at the airport is impacted. They're having to take orders by hand, writing them down. The printer is not working, so really just a wide-scale problem impacting so many businesses as well as industries. We've also learned that some airlines, including United and Delta, are offering travel waivers so customers can rebook their flights themselves. The Port Authority also issuing an alert urging passengers not to head to the airport unless their flight is confirmed. Reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
And Christina, if I could just add to what you were talking about with some of the airlines offering people the opportunity to change their flights and whatnot. Spirit, where you are right now, they just issued a statement a few moments ago. While they do apologize, their systems are unable to rebook guests whose travel plans have been disrupted today. So they cannot rebook right now. So a lot of those people that are waiting on lines that have missed flights or need to rebook those flights, sadly, are not going to be happy when they get up to the front of the counter. Christina Fan, thank you for your reporting. We'll check back in with you shortly. Now let's get to CBS 2's Tony Sadiqa, who's live on the Upper West Side this morning. He's been talking to commuters about issues that they've been experiencing this morning. And Tony, we're seeing everything from the big stuff right down to the little stuff where people can't order ahead at Starbucks.
You said it, everything, to some folks not affected at all. Just depends what your day looks like, and it's going to be interesting because I expect a lot of folks, you know, even the ones that we ask them about if they've seen any issues, encountered any issues, checked their email already. A lot of them are okay, but it might be one of those situations, then they go into work and then they're met by the blue screen. Issues with the ticket vending machines with NJ Transit and customers encountering an issue with the machines or that are unable to purchase a ticket will not be denied service on the rail, bus, or light rail. So that's, of course, good news. But back to the MTA, we spoke to one guy earlier who, when the app was down, told us a little bit about how inconvenient it was for him to get around.
Of course, it's not working. It's not working at all. You can check if you want to. It's not working. I was waiting for the Q train. There's no way I can exactly verify.
And this is how you normally get to work?
Exactly. See?
All right, so you heard it there. So the MTA app seems to be doing better. At least last time I checked it, the boards are back online, at least at this subway station here on West 72nd Street. But if you said it, there are some places you might go that you might run into issues with paying with your credit card, that sort of thing. But Chris, just here we go on a Friday, folks ready to get into their weekend, and all of a sudden trying to navigate all of the moving parts, and we're waking up on a day that turns out to be apparently IT Appreciation Day, because so many workers are doing so much to get everything back online, and we certainly appreciate all of them.
That's for sure. Thank you very much, Tony. Good thoughts there. Now, we've been monitoring the outages impacts at the airports this morning. Earlier, we checked in with CBS News senior travel correspondent Chris Van Cleve for an update on what he's been seeing and hearing.
Good morning to you guys. Here on the West Coast, this outage started disrupting flights. Those red eyes that were supposed to be landing at Newark about now, they never took off. So folks are still in Los Angeles because of these issues. American, United, and Delta basically halting all of their flights overnight. We're hearing from American and United that they have now begun restarting their operation. That does not mean it's full speed ahead and that every one of these planes waiting to push back is going to be off the gate here in the next few minutes. It's likely going to be a crawl, walk, run approach here. Delta is still in the process, it sounds like, of getting things back working. Basically, this IT outage impacted sort of the back office stuff, the systems that the airlines need to dispatch an airplane. Things like transmitting weight and balance information, last-minute directions to the pilots. Without those systems working, it's just not really possible to manually operate an airline of the scale of a United, American, or a Delta. That forced the ground stop. Interestingly, Southwest tells us they are operating more or less normally today. They appear to be unaffected by this Microsoft CloudStrike situation. But we're going to see significant delays throughout the day. We're already
morning, just a week before the games begin. The organizing committee said in a statement that they have activated contingency plans in order to continue operations there. Did not immediately provide details on how its operations were affected, though. Just ahead, we continue to monitor the situation after learning that CrowdStrike is taking full responsibility for this worldwide outage issue. A live look at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the country. That's the home to Delta Airlines, who have just announced that some flight departures have resumed at this hour. If you're traveling by air today, we can't stress this enough. You got to be sure to check with your carrier today. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York. A look from JFK Airport, and you can see some planes have started to make their way to the runway. LaGuardia, what are we looking at here, Johnny?
We're looking at both of them. I'm looking.
We got LaGuardia there. Okay, I'll put my glasses on. Yep. Some planes making their way to the runway after hours of uncertainty. United and American have lifted ground stops that they put in place earlier today, but that doesn't mean planes can start taking off immediately. It just means their operations are back up and running. Here's a look at the current flight delays that are in our area. JFK with 92, LaGuardia 56, Newark has 75. Lots of cancellations as well. Let's get to meteorologist John Elliott right now with your first alert forecast. John, as we've been talking about, once these planes can get up, they can get up and running and they can play some catch up because the weather is so perfect around here.
Here goes another one. This is the second UPS flight I've seen take off. So we are seeing some of the, and it was interesting earlier this morning, it was FedEx and UPS were able to get some of the planes in and out. So the one thing, and Chris has been making this point, no weather. I mean, the weather is great. There's hardly any wind. Obviously, it feels great. 69 is the current reading in the city. So weather is not going to slow them down. It's just a function of technology and getting these birds up. Numbers right now, 70 in Danbury and Greenwich, 71 in Comac out to Orient Point, 71 for the Jersey Shore, Red Bank all the way down to LBI. I just want to show you, you're fine up into Boston, you're fine down into Baltimore and Philly and D.C. Such a better day today for the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. These numbers compared to yesterday, just a little cooler, feeling a little bit better. What you're really feeling is the lower humidity values. Dew points are down a lot, so it's a great day. Going by rail, okay. If you're going by car, okay. One thing that's interesting, some of the electronic billboards are having some issues. Usually the DOT stuff is working. In fact, I'm driving in this morning. They reminded us it's Luke Combs tonight at MetLife. So, again, I mean, life goes on. Concerts go on. It's going to be great for the Yankees, too. 85 a July gem today. Saturday, more clouds. Yes. Stray shower, yeah, I'll have to leave it in the forecast. And then warm and humid on your Sunday. As it shakes out right now, Sunday's the brighter, but definitely more humid day. Air quality is moderate. Just want to give you the heads up. It's not that bad. No air quality alerts or anything. Just more of a function of the season than anything else. UV's high and pollen is still high. Maybe you feel it in your throat. Going to the beach, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Want to remind you, dangerous rip currents for the south-facing beaches for some of our beaches out on the island, Suffolk County, and then moderate rip current risk for the rest of the island and the Jersey Shore. Just real quickly, I'll show you this, Chris. We're fine today. It's tomorrow morning where you're going to see clouds fill in, and then into the afternoon, that's where we see an isolated shower or thunderstorm holds together, and it could interrupt your plans. I would go ahead with your plans.
TA customer information systems, including ticketing machines and overhead signage, are temporarily offline at area stations. Train and bus service is unaffected. We still have problems for New Jersey Transit due to yesterday's excessive heat. Trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Trains are running on or close to schedule for Metro North, PATH, and the LIRR. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thanks. New information about the attempted assassination of former President Trump, including why the former president was even allowed to take the stage, despite the Secret Service knowing there was a suspicious person on the scene. CBS News' Jared Hill has a closer look at the timeline before the shooting.
20 minutes before shots rang out at former President Trump's Pennsylvania rally, Secret Service had been notified about a suspicious person with a rangefinder. That's according to multiple sources. They also say the shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, had searched online about depression for images of Trump and President Biden when the DNC was taking place and how to build an explosive device. A tactical sniper with a local law enforcement team was inside of a neighboring building, spotted Crooks from a window, and snapped this picture. Crooks then pulled out the rangefinder, and the sniper alerted his team as Crooks climbed on the roof of a nearby building. At 5:51 p.m., state police alerted Secret Service about a suspicious person and radioed a description within a minute. At 6, the former president took the stage. 10 minutes later, Secret Service snipers turned their attention to something happening to Trump's right, but it was too late. At 6:11, gunshots. Former Secret Service agent Charles Marino says Trump should have never started his speech.
He should be held in a secure area until the threat is ultimately resolved.
Sources tell CBS News Trump was allowed on the stage because there was no indication the suspicious person had a weapon.
Resignation for full explanation to us right now.
At the Republican National Convention, GOP senators confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Chu.
You owe President Trump answers.
Jared Hill, CBS News.
Nice and quiet. Friday is fabulous. You do see, though, and I know you're thinking, oh, here we go, it's the weekend. Can't we just have more fine weather for the weekend? A few changes. You'll see more clouds and then a possibility of a shower or thunderstorm, both Saturday and Sunday. If I had to pick a day, I would say Saturday has a slightly better chance. High pressure, though, today. It's all about high pressure today. Nice weather, and we earned it. After these bruising days with those real feel numbers in the, low triple digits, we are going to see comfortable conditions. One thing you are going to notice, though, a little bit more humidity as we wrap up the weekend and head into next week. And then that does kind of return this summer pattern. So late Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that's when we're going to see a better chance for thunderstorms in our area.
And welcome back. We're continuing to follow this massive Microsoft outage that has been coming up all morning long, and we're just finding out it's affecting this, that, and everything. We're going to have complete updates with Cindy coming up at 9 a.m. And we're expecting to hear from Mayor Eric Adams. He's going to speak about how the outage is impacting the city. That's coming up as well.
So far, it hasn't been cataclysmic.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that is coming up at 9:30. We want to bring it to you live, so stay right here on CBS News New York. One thing we're watching is the 911, 311.
Luckily, those have not been affected. Yeah. MTA seems to be running on or close to schedule. It's the airports. That's where the big issue is this morning, the airports. Sorry. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Chris Ragg.
Hey, we appreciate your time this morning. I'm John. Don't go anywhere. Cindy's coming up.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News at 9.
A massive IT outage has halted operations for banks, airlines, and computer systems worldwide. This relates to computers using Microsoft software and the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike.
This is an issue with the thing called...
An American lifted their ground stops, meaning flights are once again operating at a limited capacity.
There are no impacts to service of buses and trains this morning. However, there are other impacts that we want you to know about. For instance, MTA.com, the MTA app might be affected. Arrival announcements potentially.
85 pick of the week, hands down, is today. It's going to be great. Sunshine, low humidity, and 85. And no real issues tonight either. 70, nice and mild.
Good morning. It is Friday, July 19th. Welcome to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. I'm Cindy Shu. We are following breaking news this morning, a major tech service outage. Many businesses and people trying to get onto their email or websites are getting this blue screen. Who is taking the blame? Also, a live look inside Newark Airport as all flights from several major U.S. airlines, including Delta, United, and American Airlines, were grounded. A massive debacle impacting businesses worldwide. The global computer outage affecting airports, banks, and other businesses this morning appears to stem from a software update issued by major U.S. cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. That outage was impacting billboards in Times Square. You can see they're just black screens. We have team coverage this morning. Christina Fan is live at Newark Airport with the latest on delays. Tony Sadiku on the Upper West Side. Let's start with Natalie Dudridge, who is live in the newsroom with the very latest. Natalie.
And Cindy, what a morning it has been. A couple screens behind us here, including mine, are still blue with this recovery message on them. So I do want to get to, we are hearing from the CEO of CrowdStrike behind this glitch. And first off, important to note, he is saying this is not a security incident or a cyber attack. This is just simply a software glitch that has caused massive impact around the world. So if you tried to log into Microsoft Windows computers or devices this morning, it may have showed this blue screen that we're seeing all over the world, the words recovery. And this issue traced back to CrowdStrike. What is that? Well, it's a global cybersecurity firm often used by many organizations and industries for antivirus protection. That's the irony here. It's actually causing this problem. The CEO said on social media, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Microsoft Windows. So just a small glitch causing all of this. He says the issue has been identified and a fix has been deployed. Microsoft 365 said on social media it's rerouting the affected traffic to healthy infrastructure. We also have been speaking to the city's chief technology officer, who says the good news is New York City's critical systems are up and running. 911 and 311 are functioning. No services operating as normal other than their digital investing platform. Now, this morning, the CEO of CrowdStrike spoke on NBC's Today Show. Here's what he had to say.
I want to start with saying we're deeply sorry for the impact that we've caused to customers, to travelers, to anyone affected by this, including our companies. So we know what the issue is. We're resolving and have resolved the issue now. It's recovering systems that are out there. And essentially, as you've talked about in the statement I put out, is the system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system, and we identified this very quickly and remediated the issue.
Now, again, the exact cause of the update failure, not yet known. There is also a website called Down Detector. What that does is it tracks user-reported internet outages. So we are continuing to see growing outages in many services. I'll list a couple of them: Visa, ADT Security, Amazon. As we've seen Christina Fan reporting all morning, the mess at airports. Some online banking apps are not working, including my own. I'm still trying to log into it. So, Cindy, it almost feels like we're throwing it old school to a time before computers and the internet, when we use cash instead of just simply tapping our phones. A lot of people are resorting back to cash this morning, and this system glitch showing us just how dependent and reliant we are on digital infrastructure, and then of course how expensive and time consuming it is when it all goes down. So a lot of lessons, Cindy, and a lot of companies working to make sure that their technology and infrastructure is in place so that this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, definitely. Natalie Dudridge. Natalie, thank you. And Dutchess County now confirms the impact of today's worldwide computer outages on official operations. County offices are open as scheduled, but services may be limited throughout the day. But they say 911 and the county's 988 helpline are fully operational. The Office of Central and Information Services is now working to bring all county systems back online. A live look at Newark and LaGuardia Airport, where delays are still piling up. The outage is so bad that some airports are writing out tickets by hand. CBS 2's Christina Fan is live in Newark speaking to passengers. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning, Cindy. And Newark is actually one of those airports. We have been here since 4 o'clock in the morning watching the line ebb and flow. At the moment, it is looking much better than it was earlier today. There have been a lot of anxious and frustrated customers at these airlines, and these airlines, of course, trying to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Earlier this morning, the situation was much rougher than it is now. That is when a number of U.S. airlines announced complete ground stops. That means no flights were taking off. The situation has since improved. We have spoken to so many passengers, especially with Spirit Airlines, which are handwriting information like your name, your gate, and flight numbers. Now, the global IT problems first hit Frontier Airlines last night. They managed to bounce back. Then this morning, most major U.S. airlines, including Delta, United, and American, started reporting the same problems and requested ground stops with the FAA, citing communication issues. United and American have since lifted those ground stops, allowing some flights to resume, but delays and cancellations continue.
When I got here, I just saw people, so many people, and I was like wondering, what's going on? What's going on? I tried checking in at the kiosk, and I'm like, okay, there's nothing. And then that's when, when I asked people, what's going on? My flight is at 6:49. They're like, oh, the system is down.
It's just terrible. People spend thousands of dollars to go on vacation or go home or go visit family, and this is the situation that we get put through between these airline companies that make millions of dollars.
And taking a look nationwide, there have been over 2,600 delays and over 1,200 cancellations. Those numbers continue to climb. Some airlines, including Delta and United, are offering travel waivers for all customers who booked departing flights for today. Others, like Spirit, say the outage is not allowing them to rebook for customers at the moment if their flight was canceled. The Port Authority also sent out a message urging customers to check and make sure their flights are boarding before they head out to the airport this morning and later on this afternoon. For now, reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. I'm just glad that it's looking better than earlier. All right, it's not just at Newark Airport. Airports around the world are having flights disrupted by the outage. This is the scene at Hong Kong's International Airport. Take a look at the long lines of people waiting by the departure gate. The airport authority confirms some airlines there are affected. CBS 2's Tony Sadiku joins us live from the Upper West Side. He is talking with commuters about issues they've been having this morning. How's it going now, Tony?
Hi there. Good morning, Cindy. And what I can tell you is the impacts have certainly lessened since we got here this morning. I mean, earlier, think about it, it was a situation where the arrival time boards in the subways went dark. The MTA app wasn't working. It was just such a challenge for many folks to get around. Since then, we can tell you the boards are coming back on. The app is appearing to be working yet again, and the overall stress has come down. Other impacts we've seen too, from people, unable to access their emails, to, unable to buy a cup of coffee at a local coffee shop with their card, to, purchasing a ticket at NJ Transit. Those are some of the. All right, do want to stress again, no issues and no impacts to MTA bus or train service this morning. But Cindy, this outage certainly exposes the vulnerability of our very technologically dependent systems. Cindy?
True, Tony Sadiku. Thank you very much. And stay with CBS 2 News as we continue to follow the latest on this major outage. Coming up at 9:30, we're expecting to hear from Mayor Eric Adams with how this is impacting New York City systems. We'll bring that to you live. You can also get up-to-the-minute updates online and on our free CBS News app. When we come back, meteorologist John Elliott joins me for a look at your weekend forecast. exactly it does.
Yeah, what seems to be evolving right now is that this was actually sort of a perfect storm of two incidents, that Microsoft's Azure cloud platform had an outage that began last night, and then separately but intersecting with that, the security firm CrowdStrike pushed a faulty or flawed update to their Falcon threat detection platform, which is causing Windows computers and servers to go down. And so the combination of those two things has just been overwhelming and causing the, chaos that everyone's seeing.
And companies, do they typically have a backup option if something like this happens? And if not, what should that look like?
There are definitely redundancies and fallbacks and ways to try to get around these issues, particularly something like a cloud outage like the Azure situation. But CrowdStrike's platform is significant to understand because it's a threat detection platform. So it's operating in real time. It needs deep system access to try to monitor for threats and detect issues and then, let you know about them. So when there's a problem in that system, it can really cause deep problems in, the systems that it's running in because it needs to have that access to work.
Now, Microsoft says it fixed the underlying cause for the outage for its 365 apps and services. But some customers and businesses are still being impacted. And in situations like that, how long can we expect it to take for things to get back to normal?
In this case in particular, the fix seems to be very labor intensive and involve what we call hands-on with the device. You can't just do like a remote over-the-air update to fix the problem. People call it, the blue screen of death. Like that's what we're seeing on these machines. So there really could be a long tail with this, and it could take, hours, even days to get everything fixed. IT folks around the world are scrambling to address this.
Yeah, and I have to thank our IT team. I came in this morning, had the blue screen in my office, and it took about an hour for them to get my computer and my co-office person's computer running too. So it does take a bit of time. Now, this situation raises a wider question of how much society really relies on technology. Do you think that this situation is going to cause many companies to scale back a little bit?
Well, this is the world we live in. I don't think we can sort of go back or scale back in that sense. But as you're saying, it highlights the fragility of the internet, the fragility of the cloud, the interdependencies between, all the different software services that we use and connected services, and the need to have a clear vision for how we're setting up networks, how we're setting up our systems.
And is known for his incredible acting, but he's also given some very powerful speeches. And here's a quote from one of them. He said, "The kindest thing that you can do for yourself is to let people go when they want to go. No chasing, no begging. Let it hurt, and then let it heal. When we stop forcing people to choose us, we make room for the people that were made for us." Let's catch up with meteorologist John Elliott with the First Alert forecast. And John, thank goodness the weather is cooperating.
I know. Can you believe it? So, I mean, if it wasn't such a stressful Friday, this would be a great day to fly in or fly out. But yeah, such is not the case. Here's the deal, Cindy. When you consider what this week, parts of the area, 3 inches of rain. So this has been a really trying weather week. Well, yeah, we're going to turn things around. Sweet spot, sweet spot, sweet spot. We dip, and then we've got less humidity before we start to warm up into the weekend. So yeah, we earned it. Pick of the week. I just wish, Cindy, we could all find whatever we needed and we could do whatever we needed to do. At least the weather's not going to contribute any more stress to your Friday today.
So true. And the lucky ones are the folks who can just take off and go to the beach.
Well, yes, I'm glad. And I think we should go to the beach. Just a real quick caveat. Dangerous rip currents for the south-facing beaches. Moderate rip current risk elsewhere. So you make sure you're ready for that. Waves at 2 to 3 ocean temperatures. Very refreshing. Talk about refreshing. The pool, a great option today. You know, Tuesday and Wednesday, you're watching for storms and you're dealing with humidity. Boy, you get out of the pool today. Oh, it's going to feel good. Nice numbers. Just make sure you have the sunscreen on. Air quality is still a little moderate. That high UV index. And Cindy, how you doing? The pollen is high. Is it a rough
It feels
day?
very high, yes.
Yeah. A lot of folks feeling it in their throat.
A lot of sniffling. All right, let's talk about, I mean, the weekend looks good, but how many of us are going to see a shower?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because not many. The answer is not many. But for the few that do, they're going to be mad at me. So I have to let you know it's a 10% chance Saturday and Sunday. Now let's get more specific and talk about how we see it setting up. I've skipped ahead to tonight because maybe you're going to, go with me and Cindy to see Luke Combs at MetLife Stadium. There's a big concert tonight there. So you're fine for Friday night. You're fine for Saturday morning. But Saturday morning is going to be cloudy. Big change in the sky. And this is that 10% we're talking about. Not everybody sees a shower or a storm, but we have a possibility, not from an organized storm maker, no front, no area low pressure, but it's a little more humid, it's a little warm enough. And see how that holds together? Could impact you in the city and Westchester too. And this is Saturday night into Sunday morning, maybe LBI, point south. And then Sunday for the trip home, it's just going to be hot, and that's the pattern, hot and humid to wrap up Sunday into the first part of next week.
Okay, John, thank you very much. And now to a check on your First Alert traffic. Here's CBS 2's traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest. Good morning, Guy.
Good morning, Cindy. Just a heads up, due to that global tech outage, some MTA customer information systems, including ticketing machines and overhead signage, are temporarily offline at area stations. Train and bus service is unaffected. We do still have problems for New Jersey Transit. Due to yesterday's excessive heat, trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Trains are running on or close to schedule for Metro North, PATH, and the LIRR. Alternate side parking is
priority is to ensure that 911 systems are fully operational. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says he has been briefed on the situation and that he has activated the state's Emergency Operations Center. Coming up, more on the Microsoft outage that crippled the country. So much frustrating news.
I know.
But
weather's cooperating.
Yes,
that
yes.
makes it. Once they get things going, smooth sailing. Friday, fabulous. We've got some of the best weather in the country, and so much better for Baltimore, Philly, D.C., Boston too. Just remember, pop-up shower Saturday, not a deal breaker, but you're running in, then you run back out. Sunday's going to be more humid, so the heads up is for Monday into Tuesday. What we're going to see is definitely more in the way of increasing clouds, and then it's Tuesday night into Wednesday. My little heat this morning. I was in the 50s this morning. I hope you enjoyed it because that's a one-day special. It's not going to be quite that chilly tonight, and your Saturday definitely more clouds. That's going to be the one feature you'll see early, and not everybody sees the shower, just a few popping up and passing through Saturday into Sunday.
So this is the pick of the week. This is the best day.
I hate to say this.
Yes.
This could be like the pick of 2 weeks because this is definitely the best of this week. Might be the best through the extended as well. So enjoy it if you can.
There you go. And if you want to hang out with me and John some more, here's what's streaming at 9:30. The massive IT outage cripples companies around the globe. What we know about this outage that has grounded flights and impacted businesses worldwide. We're also awaiting a press conference by Mayor Eric Adams. He's going to talk about how this outage is impacting the city. We'll bring it to you live, so stay right here on CBS News New York. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Cindy Hsu.
I'm Blue Screen Johnny. For all of us here at CBS 2, we appreciate you spending some time with us, and we hope you can salvage what's going to be a beautiful Friday. Have a good weekend, too.
This is CBS 2 News at 9.
Welcome to the second half hour of CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. Now streaming on CBS News New York. I'm Cindy Hsu. Thank you for sticking around. Here's what's coming up in this half hour on CBS 2 News at 9 a.m., including a major tech service outage. Many businesses and people trying to get onto their email or websites are getting this blue screen. Who is taking the blame? And a live look inside Newark Airport as all flights from several major U.S. airlines, including Delta, United, and American Airlines, were grounded. As we learn more about this global computer outage, one big thing to note is that this is not a security incident or a cyber attack. This issue is all traced back to CrowdStrike. It's a global cybersecurity firm often used by many organizations and industries for antivirus protection. Earlier, we spoke with British tech expert Chris Stokel-Walker about this global computer outage.
Yeah, so our understanding is that this is an issue with the thing called CrowdStrike Falcon, which is a little bit of software that runs on computers that choose to install it. CrowdStrike is a kind of third-party cybersecurity provider, often used for kind of antivirus services, but also a little bit more than antivirus. So any organizations that work with CrowdStrike, this CrowdStrike Falcon software is kind of installed on their Windows desktops or laptops.
And this is a live look at the City Hall press conference that's going to be beginning very soon. We're going to bring it to you live, so stay right here on CBS News New York. And soon as it starts, we'll go to it. We're going to take a live look at Newark and LaGuardia airports, where delays are still piling up. The outage is so bad that some airports are writing out tickets. We've just gotten word that Delta is resuming some service. CBS 2's Christina Fan is live in Newark with more. And Christina, I'm happy to hear, I mean, you've been out there since 4 this morning, but things are looking better now.
That's right, Cindy. Things are looking better, but still so many problems remain. There has been so much frustration and anxiety inside Terminal B, and this is just one terminal in this huge airport, and it's just one airport across the country experiencing the same issues. We've been talking to some passengers who have been waiting in line 3 to 4 hours just to get their hands on a boarding pass because of the computer glitch. And as you mentioned, a number of major U.S. airlines, including United, Delta, American, they issued ground stops earlier this morning, meaning no flights could take off. The good news is some of those ground stops have now been canceled and flights are being allowed to resume. Now, we've been speaking to a lot of customers, particularly with Spirit Airlines, which you see behind us, and I want to direct your attention to a wall on the left-hand side where you can see there are a number of kiosks. Last night they bounced back, but then this morning several other major U.S. airlines like Delta, United, and American reported similar problems and also requested ground stops, with the FAA citing communication issues. United and American have since lifted their ground stops, allowing some flights to resume, but so many delays and cancellations remain.
I'm supposed to be flying to Albany. I just flew from Panama. And when I boarded in the David airport, which is another area in Panama, to Panama City, all the computers died. And we just thought it was local. So they started hand writing all of the boarding passes. So we were very delayed getting out of there. And then Panama now, and they just told me here at the United desk that they're completely down. It's worldwide.
So we tried to check in like 3 hours before we got here, like at 2 a.m., and it wasn't working. So once we got here, there's literally a line this long.
How long did it take you to get to the counter?
Almost 3 hours.
And taking a look nationwide, problems continue to mount as the day goes on. There are now over 3,200 delays and over 1,300 cancellations. Some airlines, including Delta and United, are offering travel waivers for all customers who booked departing flights today. Others, like Spirit, say because of the outage, their computers are not allowing them to rebook customers who had their flights canceled. The Port Authority also issued a message urging passengers to please check to make sure that their flight is still boarding for the day, that has not been canceled, before they head to the airport and waste their trip and their time. Reporting live from Newark Airport, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. And take a look at this new video out of Los Angeles International Airport showing those blue screens. You can see all the monitors in the airport normally displaying flight information are down, just like the airlines in our area. Lots of delays and crowds of confused passengers. As Christina was saying, if you are headed to any airport today, keep an eye on your flight status. CBS 2's Tony Sadiku joins us live from the Upper West Side. He's talking with commuters about issues they've been having this morning. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Cindy. And yeah, we expect to learn more from the mayor's press conference, which should begin momentarily, in terms of getting a better understanding of what exactly happened. But you said it, it's impacting commuters. In fact, just had an MTA employee walk by us. So I asked him if he's experiencing any issues. They are back up and running. I'm also told that some functions are affected on the MTA app. That was down earlier as well. So things are slowly improving. Obviously, as you can expect, they're working to get everything back on track. But again, there are no impacts to service for buses and trains this morning. If you are experiencing any any delays or anything like that. It would likely be unrelated to an outage. But again, multifaceted impact, Cindy. Everything from earlier this morning being able to access the time of arrival of your train to even we heard as little as, being able to use your credit card to purchase a cup of coffee from a nearby Starbucks. So lots still, things are improving, but generally people are still dealing with the impacts here.
Right,
that's it for now. Of course, if we get any updates, we'll send it back to you.
Tony, thank you. And stay with CBS 2 News as we continue to follow the latest on this major outage. We're going to be live on top of this story throughout the morning. You can also get up-to-the-minute updates online and on our free CBS News app. Up next, we're going to have a check of your local forecast, which looks fantastic, as well as your first alert traffic. And we're going to continue to update you on the impacts of this worldwide computer outage. Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company, says it is to blame for today's worldwide computer outages. And you're looking at a live picture right now of Newark Airport, where there were, the planes were grounded. Things are looking better, though, but this also affected banks and supermarkets. Health systems and TV stations like ours have been impacted. And CBS 2's Jared Hill has more. Jared?
Sounds good to me. Yeah, Cindy, this is being described as the largest IT outage in history. CrowdStrike's CEO says it's all linked to a bug in their software update. That is fixed now, but the ripple effects are still being felt. A massive IT outage has halted operations for banks, airlines, and computer systems worldwide. This relates to computers using Microsoft software and the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. In a statement, CrowdStrike's CEO wrote the issue stems from a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts, and a fix has been deployed. Because of the problem, multiple airlines issued ground stops Friday morning, leading to long lines at airports across the globe.
My husband saw on breaking news at like 3:15 that there were some outages with Delta and a lot of other ones. So we were hoping that when we got here, it would not be canceled, but it is canceled.
Around 5 a.m. Eastern, American said its ground stop had been lifted. Across the globe, stores and airports like these also taking a hit. Frontier. All right, so the company is reiterating that this is not a security incident or a cyber attack, but it is still raising some questions about just how interconnected all these systems are. Because again, you still got thousands of flights across the country that are either delayed or canceled, and that backlog is going to take a really long time to clear up. Back to you.
And Jared, how were you affected this morning? I mean, because we all came in, we're like, what is happening?
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting because as I was coming in this morning, I was getting messages saying, hey, heads up, the computers aren't working. And when you hear that, the question always is, well, what does that mean? But then really for me, it ended up just being a huge pivot. We were covering some other stories, but then obviously once breaking news pops up, something like this that is impacting literally almost everyone in the world, this becomes your main focus. And so just hopping on this became the main priority.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, we both have great IT teams who are fixing things for an hour.
So I'm Apple. I didn't have any issues.
Oh, wow.
I didn't have any issues at all.
Lucky you. Well, I'm Apple at home. I'm just not Apple at work.
Yeah, so that's it. And hats off to our team here because we had one other little stopgap because we both have friends in the TV business and some of the other stations are really struggling. Weather is not struggling. Cindy wants to know about areas around the country. Not here. It is great. If you're sticking around, it's fantastic up in the New England mid-Atlantic. Now, the problem is there's a kind of a lazy front here, so big storms of potential. Right now, Atlanta and Charlotte are fine for those areas. It's going to be stormy and just miserably hot in parts of Florida. Front range of the Rockies, we're going to see some storms. So, again, potential concerns around Denver and Phoenix with the possibility of some storms. But the other big side of this is the heat. It's going to be hot in Texas, but the heat index in Miami today, 104. So that's where the heat advisories are. And out west, it's heat, and that contributes to the fire risk to the west.
All right, John, and I'm hearing from my producer that Mayor... Okay, you know what? We are going to keep talking. And let's talk about the tropical developments. You were going to tell us about that?
And if we got to go, I understand that. But
right, yeah. We're waiting for that news conference with the mayor, so we're just getting some information.
People are saying, you know, 2024 started as a really busy year. Well, named storms to date were actually, we kind of slowed down a bit. It's been a bit of a lull and people wondering what's going on. Well, maybe you've heard about this Sahara dust. All of this dust, it's picked up by winds, and it actually is carried through the tropics. So as we embarked on this hurricane season, we had all of the ingredients for a very active one, and that's what Hurricane Beryl did. It was way too active and deadly. Water temperatures above normal and ample fuel. But with this dust, it's actually served to limit a lot of tropical development. So while we've got good weather news today, we're also talking about some, thankfully, a little bit of a break, tropically speaking, as well.
Our area again, when is it going to get busy? Because today's the perfect day, but then things happen.
Yeah, and Saturday's not a bad day. I want to use the kind of aggressive European forecast model, and I know it's kind of a different perspective here. So this is Saturday morning with more clouds. And we're talking about the possibility of a stray shower. This is moisture aloft, probably not hitting the ground. Saturday, we could see an isolated shower or thunderstorm. Sunday, the European wants to bring more moisture in. This may be moisture aloft that is not hitting the ground, but what you'll see is definitely you'll feel more humidity. But then, Cindy, watch this. Monday, okay, it's a muggy and mild Monday, but Tuesday, a little more tricky because we are going to see a better chance for showers. And then, wow, and your Saturday and Sunday are both just, you know, passing showers, pop-up shower storms Saturday, similar on Sunday. It does get busy, though, Tuesday into Wednesday next week.
All right, John, thank you very much. Now we want to check on your first alert traffic. Here's CBS 2's traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Good morning, Cindy. Just a heads up, due to that global tech outage, some MTA customer information systems, including ticketing machines and overhead signage, are temporarily offline at area stations. Train and bus service, however, is unaffected. We still have problems for New Jersey Transit. Due to yesterday's excessive heat, trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Trains are running on or close to schedule for Metro North, PATH trains, and the LIRR. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Cindy, back to you.
Guy, thank you very much. And now to the 2024 presidential election. In a speech that ran for more than 90 minutes, Donald Trump accepted the Republican Party's nomination for president. It was Trump's first public remark since last week's attempted assassination in Pennsylvania. CBS 2's Sabrina Franza has more on the final night of the RNC.
Proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Former President Donald Trump closed out the Republican National Convention days after surviving an assassination attempt.
If I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight.
Trump took a moment to honor the retired firefighter who was killed in the shooting. As promised, the 2024 Republican nominee began his speech with an appeal for national unity.
Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness.
Partway through his speech, former President Trump veered off script, lashing out against his legal troubles and bashing the Democrats' handling of foreign policy, the economy, and immigration.
You know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population.
Do you feel like he did a good job making his case to the undecided voters?
Of course. You can't say anything negative about it. He was fabulous.
Trump's family, including former First Lady Melania Trump and his daughter Ivanka, were there in a show of support. The final night of the RNC also brought some star power with this rousing speech from former pro wrestler Hulk Hogan.
Let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother!
Trump and running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance will hold their first joint campaign rally in Michigan this weekend. Sabrina Franza, CBS News, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Now, the Biden-Harris campaign released a statement after former President Trump's speech. Microsoft outage across New York City. This is a live picture of the City Hall press conference that is about to begin. We will bring that to you when it happens. Now to the Democratic ticket and word that President Biden could be days away from exiting the presidential race. Last night, Montana Democratic John Senator Tester is calling on the president to step aside. The president continues to publicly insist that he is going nowhere, but senior officials say he is beginning to get the message that he may not be able to win the race. CBS News' Dick Brennan has the latest.
He's isolating with COVID in Delaware, but President Biden may finally be hearing
and will be the Democratic nominee.
Arriving in Delaware, the president took his time walking down the stairs of Air Force One, holding on to the railing and taking breaks to look around. Mr. Biden seemed to struggle as he made his way to the car.
The combination of the visual and the verbal gaffes really gives the picture of a guy who may be ending that long period of high productivity.
And the party rebellion continues to grow. Congressman Jamie Raskin compared Biden to an aging baseball player. There is no shame in taking a well-deserved bow to the overflowing appreciation of the crowd when your arm is tired out. Raskin urges Biden to caucus with the team, Mr. President. Hear them out. You will make the right decision.
The question we face is, what kind of country do we want to live in?
As the party turmoil unfolds, Vice President Kamala Harris stuck to the script, hitting the former president hard.
If Donald Trump were to win in November, he will continue to sell out working families. He will continue to attack reproductive freedom, and he will continue to undermine our democracy.
But with an Emerson poll showing the Biden campaign now behind in all the battleground states, the question, can Democrats change horses in midstream and bring in a new candidate?
We've got an extremely limited amount of time. You have to produce ads, you have to raise money, you have to raise awareness, you have to develop a policy platform. All of that needs to be done in a couple of weeks, or this isn't going to be a viable campaign.
And this is a live picture of the City Hall press conference that is beginning now. We're going to take a brief pause here to welcome our broadcast audience to the stream, and we're going to bring you the update from Mayor Adams.
This is breaking news.
Welcome to a CBS News special report. City Hall is holding a press conference updating the public on the outages across New York. Let's listen in.
Strategic initiatives on Almanzar, New York City Chief Technology Officer Matt Frazier, New York City Fire Department Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh, New York City Health and Hospitals President and CEO Dr. Mitch Katz, New York City Department of Citywide Administrative Services Commissioner Louis Molina, New York City Department of Environmental Protection Commissioner Rit Agrawal, First Deputy Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management Christina Farrell, New York City Police Department Chief of Information Technology Ruben Beltran, New York City Department of Education Deputy Chancellor for Family and Community Engagement Melissa Aviles Ramos, MTA Authority Chair Jano Lieber, and Con Edison Director of Regional and Community Affairs Ruth Foshold. So without further delay, I'll turn it over to Mayor Adams.
The cyber attack, we need to be prepared. And with that in mind, Chief of Staff Camille Joseph-Wallach has been hosting a series of drills. We just recently did one to deal with any type of IT outage or cyber attack. And so it was good to see how quickly the team coordinated. CTO Smalls, Frazier called me around little after midnight last night and gave me a preliminary briefing that what was taking place, and reached out to the other team members, and everything kicked in gear. And you see the results of that from not only the notifications he made this morning, but also the coming together of the team. The blueprint was already in place. All we had to do was to execute on it. And just want to thank all these city agencies as well as our partners in other agencies like the MTA. And we're here to update New Yorkers on this global IT outage involving CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is a cybersecurity software prevalent in computers across the globe. Their goal, as the Chief Technology Officer would explain, is to identify if there is a problem and to immediately take action. And early this morning, they sent out a software update that inadvertently took systems offline. They sent out a software update that inadvertently took systems offline. This was not a cyber attack that was hit or cyber hit on our city infrastructure. Our city's IT and security teams, led by the Office of Technology and Innovation, have been working nonstop to troubleshoot problems and restore services. The CTO, Matt Frazier, has been directly in touch with CrowdStrike to get real-time updates and identify the fastest path to getting all systems up and running as quickly as possible. And I just really want to emphasize this was not a cyber attack. This was an update that took systems offline. And this is why the preparation is so important that the Chief of Staff is in charge of doing, to make sure that we can immediately respond if there is an IT disruption of this magnitude or if there is a cyber attack. We have to be prepared, and this is what the drills are for. There are no calls are being held or missed. And there is no backlog at the FDNY, and FDNY is reviewing to ensure this remains the case. We want to ensure New Yorkers that 9/11 call systems have not been impacted. Our infrastructure and emergency operation, our summarizing program will continue as scheduled, including bus service. Although we want to tell parents, you may see disruption on the bus tracking app. The systems are still operating. We expect to continue to see cascading effects of the outage throughout the day, but New York City Office of Technology will be doing everything possible to minimize potential service disruptions and restore service to all systems as soon as possible. Our city agencies' IT department will be prioritizing this work today to get things back up and operating online based on the priority of those particular systems. We want to make sure New Yorkers are safe and they can rely on the city services they need. And this is a developing situation. We are assured by the coordination that's taking place from all the agencies involved, as well as the entities that are responsible, such as CrowdStrike, to make sure we can get this underhand without a minimum amount of interruptions in our city. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we'll hear from Chief Technology Officer and Commissioner of the Office of Technology and Innovation, Matt Frazier.
So good morning, everyone. So to give everyone a brief detail in terms of what happened and how we responded, at approximately 12:20, between 12:20 and 12:30, we started to see impacts from systems across the city manifesting in different places. And like usual, when you see something like this is one of the reasons why we have New York City Cyber Command and we have a citywide operations center, so we can detect these things as quickly as possible and dispel what's a threat versus what's not a threat. So as we started to see the symptoms manifest, we contacted our partners, both at Microsoft and CrowdStrike, and subsequently we got down to the root of the issue. The thing with technologies like this is, in order to be safe and be able to respond to threats that evolve in a continuous basis, you need tools that are capable of being updated in that way. As a result, a tool like CrowdStrike, which gets updated real time, when they push a patch, if that patch goes wrong, this is a perfect example of how bad that can be. So one patch goes out at about 12 o'clock a.m. Eastern time, and it's pushed between 12 and 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. And in that period of time, we had a number of workstations, a number of computers and servers that were impacted. After notifying CrowdStrike and working with them, by 1:30, they had stopped deploying that patch. And since then, we've been in a state where we haven't seen any additional machines impacted. We're now in a state where we're going through the recovery. Unfortunately, the recovery at this moment is a fairly manual process that requires physical touch to most of the machines. And we have a team of people that are working across the city in real time, trying to get things back up and running as quickly as possible. As the mayor said, most of our critical services, all of our life safety related services remain up and running. There's no impact to 911, no impact to 311. City ensures continuity of our critical services. And as we've seen across the globe, this is not an issue that's limited just to New York City. We have everyone from the airlines to financial institutions that are experiencing the same challenges. The good news is that despite the challenge that appeared today, our most critical services remain up and running, and we have a pathway to recovery to bring everything else up.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you for joining so many TV stations and radios this morning to keep New Yorkers informed. Next, we'll hear from MTA Chair Janno Lieber to hear about what's going on in the subways, trains, and buses.
So the MTA activated our incident command system and our emergency management procedures in the late morning hours, and we established quickly that there is no impact to subway service, no impact to the bus system, no impact to commuter rails, and no impact to the paratransit operations. The impacts are limited so far that are customer facing are limited to one portion of our countdown clocks on the B division, which is the letter trains, are not operating. But as old New Yorkers know, the trains are coming. They're coming on regular schedules, and you can count on it. You just may not have the countdown clock available. Otherwise, the tolls are being collected. Bad news for some people, I know. But every single operating system is functioning. You may not have up-to-date information, just like the countdown clocks are not 100%. You may not have up-to-date information on exactly when commuter trains are arriving, but all of that is coming online, back online pretty promptly. And as I said, all of the customer-facing impacts have already been evaluated and mitigated, and all of our systems are running. I want to thank the mayor and the entire New York City team for their cooperation. I've also been in touch with the governor's team and briefed her on everything that's going on. Bottom line, the airline system may be in disarray, but New York City's public transit system is going full speed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Jenno. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Mitch Katz from H&H. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Mitch Katz. I'm the CEO and president of New York City Health and Hospitals, and I'm happy to report that not only are all of our hospitals functional, but all of the hospitals across New York City are functional. Every hospital is required to have a plan and to practice what would happen if computer systems went down, because we deal with life and death and have to make instant decisions about prescribing a medicine, running a test, and so every hospital has to be able to run electronic health record called Epic, which did not go down. Overwhelmingly, all of the systems are running just as they should. Patients should keep their appointments. They might experience delays because some of the individual workstations have to be brought up manually, as you've heard, and so not all of them are brought up, so people should have a little bit extra patience with their doctor or nurse, but people should not neglect their care. The hospitals are all running fine and able to do their function. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Katz. We'll take some on-topic questions now.
About the system update and how it caused the problem the city's experiencing now, was it something in the software update, the patches you were talking about, or was it how it was implemented? Could you just give us a little more detail on how that things went awry there?
Yeah, sure. So the way these technologies work is that there's a control file that gets deployed into the agent that runs on every computer and server. When that control file got deployed, part of the control file was corrupted. So when it went to execute and apply the update, the Windows system itself panicked, and which is what causes the blue screen that you see that says that they commonly refer to as the blue screen of death. So that update that went in, that came as a control file into the agent, is the thing that triggered the symptoms that we're seeing.
That corrupt file was on the CrowdStrike end of things?
That is correct. That is correct. So the way these agents work, because we have malicious actors that work 24/7 around the clock, there are new signatures that appear every day. These tools stay connected consistently so that as new updates come, they update so that our systems can be as safe as possible. Now, part of that means that those control files get updated sometimes multiple times a day, on a daily basis, weekly basis, so on and so forth. So as those files come in, it's normal to see that type of update. What's not normal is the code that was corrupted as part of it.
What types, you mentioned some workstations went down. What types of workstations, meaning is this, processing vouchers on an administrative level, for example? I'm not saying that's what happened, but what types of workstations went down? And is there some sort of bifurcation to ensure the critical services didn't go down, or was it just luck?
Yeah, no. So in this case, there's no luck. It's good planning and practice, which kept our emergency services and our lifeline services up. So the way that New York City controls its infrastructure, our most critical services, 911 related, 311 related, we isolate and keep it in a separate environment, and we control what updates get pushed into that segment of the environment to ensure that in the other cases for the machines that have access out to the internet and the basic workstations that many people interact with, those are updated in more real time because the risks to those machines are much greater than the ones that are in the public safety side of the world.
And what kind of workstations were those? What type of jobs will you see impact on?
Yeah, so what I'd say is that there's going to be a myriad of impact, which we are currently assessing, and those workstations are in places like TLC, DOB. They're just regular computers that are out in most of the agencies. Yep.
Any other questions? Just to clarify that complaints as they come in through either 311 or to the agencies are always prioritized. Those high prioritized complaints are being addressed. So even if there was a period of time when the workstation is down or there is a lack of interface because of the outage, we are manually going in and ensuring we have all of those priority complaints and they're being addressed across the city, especially with the first responder agencies.
You might get another question. Does CrowdStrike know how that file got corrupted or the implementation got corrupted, or are they still trying to figure it out?
Yeah, so after we discovered the incident and we started to see the impact, with working with CrowdStrike, they were able to correlate the impacts that not only that we saw, but the global community saw with an update that they pushed, and they found it with timing. They aligned it with timing. Now, what they said was they tested the update in their test environment, and none of these symptoms manifested, but something happened somewhere in between where when they went to test it and they went to deploy it, something changed or something got corrupted, which is why we see what we see right now. So CrowdStrike has confirmed that the issue is related to their control file that was updated, and they said that which is why they stopped deploying it and they rolled back to the previous version.
It sounds like they're still trying to pinpoint like what went wrong in a way.
Yeah, I'm sure they're looking in their quality control process, but I would defer to CrowdStrike to have them answer what's going on in their internal process.
Just to be clear, are there any impacts to fire or police services at all?
No. So emergency services, meaning if you dial 911 or you call for support, there are no impacts to calls for support. 911 operations is working, dispatch operations are working, and emergency communication via radio are also working.
And one more, as New Yorkers go about their day, is there anything that they can expect to see, any specific disruptions?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one?
As New Yorkers go about their day, are they going to see any specific disruptions?
So as we mentioned, the essential services and life safety related services are not impacted. However, there are other services that are in the city that may be impacted. So if you go in to file for a permit or you...
Water bills are fine.
Water bills, you can still pay your water bill.
And when we have situations like that, we automatically go to what are the emergency services that impact New Yorkers on an everyday basis. I think, Chief Fraser actually explained it properly. When it comes to the FDNY and when it comes to the NYPD, there are some back issues that we're dealing with now that won't have the immediate impact on the day-to-day services. There's some arrest processing issues that's taking place that we're on top of. There's some camera issues that are affecting DOC, DEP, NYPD. The average 99% of them won't be impacted by it, and we're relatively confident that the impact that we will have will be cleared up before it does have an operational impact on, in fact, the everyday public. But we're looking on this. We're working on it now. While we're here meeting, the mayor has a whole team, all the agencies, they're all talking, coordinated together. So we're pretty confident, in fact, that we jumped on top of this. So as the mayor said earlier, I just want to reiterate, and the chief of staff, a series of meetings. So when this came up and we went into mode, this was something that we did, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it was almost like it was an exercise that we had planned for. It came out impact, and that's why we're going to see minimal disruptions to New York City. And it was, the team is working well. Mike.
MTA related, which is why I wanted to get it in. Any sort of update on when the somewhat minor impacts, ETAs and whatnot, will be resolved by MTA? When are New Yorkers expecting
It's all related to the same technological issues that the Chief Technology Officer outlined in detail. We're anticipating with CrowdStrike and Microsoft get their resolution. It'll translate through pretty quickly. But in the meantime, New Yorkers know where to go. Regular bus service, regular subway service, regular commuter rail on schedule. We're keeping to that, and they can count on the service being provided.
You've been listening to Mayor Eric Adams give a live update on the major technology outage impacting New York City, along with other city leaders. For our streaming viewers, sit tight. CBS News New York's live coverage continues right now. And for our broadcast viewers, we now return to regular programming.
This has been breaking news. This is a special report.
Welcome to our CBS News New York special report. We are continuing to follow that breaking news. We've been telling you systems have not been impacted. We're going to take a live look now at Newark Airport. As of the last hour, there have been more than 58 cancellations and more than 200 delays. And let's look at a live picture of LaGuardia Airport, where they also saw massive delays and cancellations. All this coming on a Friday, a common travel day in the summer. We have live team coverage across the area as we deal with the fallout from the outage. But first, we start with Natalie Dudridge, who's live in the newsroom with the latest. Natalie.
Well, Cindy, what a morning it has been. We have been hearing from the mayor, from tech experts, the CEO of CrowdStrike behind the glitch. First off, they want everyone to know, as you just said, this is not a security incident. This is actually a software glitch. A small glitch created a massive impact around the world and here in our area. If you tried logging into a Microsoft Windows computer or device this morning, it may have showed you an error screen, a blue screen with the words recovery. Now, this issue can all be traced back to what's called CrowdStrike. It is a global cybersecurity firm often used by many organizations and industries for antivirus protection. The CEO said on social media, CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Microsoft Windows. We also reached out to Microsoft. They posted online saying that it is rerouting affected traffic to healthy infrastructure. They also say that the New York State Chief Cyber Officer working on this. Also, we're hearing from the city officials, Governor Hochul's office aware of the issue. They are working with agencies, local governments to resolve issues. They say the priority is to make sure 911 systems, 311 systems are working. They say they are. We've also heard from the Port Authority saying it has not been impacted. The New York Stock Exchange says markets are operational. They expect things to remain normal. Also, Wegmans Supermarket, they are experiencing some issues. They say it's impacting food tracking, inventory, and deliveries. As well, Barclays Bank updating, saying that services are mostly operating as normal, except for their digital investing platform. Now, CrowdStrike says this issue has been identified, a fix has been deployed, but we've been speaking all morning to tech experts who say this fix isn't as simple as turning a switch. It has to be done manually, which is extremely time-consuming. Here's what one expert had to say.
You basically have to take a couple of minutes on every single machine or server, even if they're virtual, and apply the relevant patch. So when you take, even if it takes a minute, and a client, if you think about the airlines, they have thousands of servers. So this has to be individually applied to each.
Now, Cindy, there's a website called Down Detector that I've been monitoring all morning, and it tracks user-reported internet outages, and we cannot currently log into. So it almost feels like we're going back to a time before computers right now, before the internet, when we were using cash instead of just tapping our phones, which is what we've gotten used to. So this system glitch, really, Cindy, is showing us just how dependent and reliant we have become on digital infrastructure and technology, and also just how expensive and time-consuming it can be when it all goes down, Cindy.
That's so true, Natalie. I'm thinking, oh, paper and pen? What's that?
Right, we're back to that.
Natalie, thank you very much. And we are continuing our coverage now on the massive outage. Joining me now to help break down what happened is once again Alex Hammerstone, Advisory Solutions Director at Trusted Sec. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so can you explain how this glitch with the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike can impact Microsoft, and a little bit more about exactly what the company does?
Sure, absolutely. So CrowdStrike is a pretty well-known organization in the cybersecurity space. They're the market leader, and they are in many organizations. Government, retail, manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. So they're really out there. And what they provide in this case is a program that's going to kind of monitor your system, monitor the endpoints, so that it's looking for issues and shutting them down as it finds them. But to be able to do that, it has a lot of access and a lot of privileges to these computing systems. And so it's important to note, too, where Microsoft is kind of mentioned, is that this was really the product for Microsoft, right? The same way when you have a cell phone, you might have a different app for Android and iPhone. So this is the agent that affected Microsoft systems, not the other one. So it's important to note that it was kind of on that end.
So do companies typically have a backup option if something like this happens? And if not, what should it look like?
So it really depends, depending on the type of incident or issue. In this case, if you're looking at your systems being unavailable or down, pen and paper really is the option for a lot of organizations. You think about hospitals, or somebody with a critical system like that has to have other processes. For other organizations, they might be able to function without computers. Others may choose not to spend the money to have kind of a backup or redundancy. So it really depends on the organization and kind of what the issue was.
Now, Microsoft says it has fixed the underlying cause for the outage for its 365 apps and the services, but some customers and businesses still being impacted. So in situations like this, how long can we expect it to take for things to get back to normal?
So it really depends. It depends on how widespread the update was on a certain environment. But also, as you kind of heard mentioned earlier, on your broadcast, is that a lot of the updates are manual, a lot of the fixes are manual. And when you think about it, with all these remote employees and so on and so forth, I had a friend this morning tell me that they were called into the office because they had actually take their computer in to get fixed by the IT department. So this can be extremely time-consuming.
Technology is moving forward, but maybe we need to step back.
So I think in that case, the horse has really left the barn. It's tough because there's technologies already implemented, right? I mean, the systems that, were pre-technology are gone, right? They're not, you can't necessarily bring them back. But I think the big story here is how dependent we are on certain organizations, how much concentration risk there is with that. And that one company having an issue affects so many industries, so many companies, et cetera. We've seen cases in the past where, one industry was very dependent on a certain software and were unable to function. But this really is crossing industries and into government and everything else. So I think there is a conversation to be had about how dependent we are on certain companies.
All right. Alex Hammerstone, Advisory Solutions Director at Trusted Sec. Alex, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too. And we want to take a live look now at Newark and LaGuardia Airport, where delays are still piling up. The outage is so bad that some airports are actually writing out the tickets by hand. CBS 2's Christina Fan live at Newark speaking to passengers. Christina, how's it looking now?
Well, Cindy, a lot of coworkers and friends have actually been reaching out to us this morning. Some of them have flights, heard about this global outage, and wanted to know if their airline or their flight was being impacted. And the truth is, it's really hard to determine because this issue is still updating with each hour. We do know that a number of airlines, including United and Delta, they have lifted their ground stops, meaning flights are allowed to resume. But if you look at the flight tracker for EWR here, most of the flights are still listed as delayed or canceled. To give you an idea of the mayhem that passengers were dealing with this morning, I want you to take a look at this video. It is of Terminal B, Spirit Airlines in particular, the line extending all the way from the edge of this terminal to the ticketing counter. We were told that computers and kiosks, they were not working and still are not working for the airline, which is why passengers are currently in line to get their boarding passes filled out manually. Ticketing agents are handwriting information like names, gates, as well as flight numbers. The global IT problem first hit Frontier Airlines last night. They managed to bounce back, but then this morning, several other major U.S. airlines like Delta, United, and American reported problems and requested ground stops with the FAA, citing communication issues. United and American, as well as Delta, have since lifted their ground stops, allowing some flights to resume. But as we mentioned, so many delays and cancellations continue.
When I got here, I just saw people, so many people, and I was like wondering, what's going on? What's going on? I tried checking in at the kiosk and I'm like, okay, there's nothing. And then that's
the situation that we get put through between these airline companies that make millions of dollars.
And taking a look nationwide, there have been over 3,200 delays and over 1,300 cancellations. Some airlines, including Delta and United, are offering travel waivers for all customers who booked flights departing today. Others, like Spirit Airlines, say the outage isn't allowing them to rebook at the moment, again, because their computer systems are still down. The Port Authority, as well as many airlines, issued a message to passengers urging them not to head to the airport unless they have confirmed that their flight is still going to happen later on today. We are live from Newark Airport. Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you very much. And now to a check on your first alert traffic. Here's CBS 2's traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest.
Good morning, Cindy. Just a heads up, due to that global tech outage, some MTA customer information systems, including ticketing machines and overhead signage, are temporarily offline at area stations. Train and bus service, however, is not affected. We do still have problems for New Jersey Transit. Due to yesterday's excessive heat, trains are still experiencing rail equipment issues. Select trains will not operate today. Trains are running on or close to schedule for Metro North, PATH, and the LIRR. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Cindy, back to you.
Guy, thank you. CBS 2's Tony Sadiku joins us live from the Upper West Side. He has been speaking all morning with commuters about how the outage affected them. Tony, what are they telling you?
Yeah, hey there, Cindy. And we've heard everything from challenges seeing their train arrival times earlier this morning to, basic issues like being unable to purchase a cup of coffee with a credit card, to what we're learning also impacts the local banks. For instance, I went into the Chase here on Broadway and West 73rd Street moments ago just to find out how they're being impacted. I'm told that some of their computer systems are down, their bank tellers unable to help customers with specific services. I will say, though, most of their ATMs are working, although I did notice there were some that had that familiar blue screen that you've been showing all morning. There were others too that had a white piece of paper that simply said ATM not available at this moment. So that's where we are. Meanwhile, still some lingering minor impacts as it relates to the subway systems. You heard in the press conference earlier that some of the countdown clock at some of the subway lines are down at many locations, not this one here on West 72nd Street. Also, some of the functionality of the MTA apps are down. We know that the city working to troubleshoot those as quickly as possible. But we did, talk to folks. Here's one lady's reaction. Emphasize again, no impacts to service as it relates to any of the MTA buses or trains, and the general impact, Cindy, of the, from a public transit standpoint is low. Back to you.
How did this affect you, Tony, in the morning? Because you get in at 4 a.m.?
Yeah, a little bit earlier this morning, but definitely. One of the things we noticed, I wanted to check my email, and everything was working just fine. So you hear the connection, Microsoft. Checking my Microsoft, everything working fine, but also asking folks out here and the issues they had. So it's been interesting because not everyone's been affected. For us, it's been interesting too from a weather standpoint. Our system's okay in the weather office, and it's not a major impact for me personally, but it has been interesting to learn how this is impacting everyone else out here, Cindy.
And it was encouraging, though, that we were just listening to Mayor Adams and other city leaders, and how Jano Lieber, the head of the MTA, was saying that the time frames of the buses and the trains not being affected, really just kind of the countdown clocks. It could have been so much worse as far as transit.
That is a really good point. I mean, I don't remember the last time we've been in this position where, you would think something so unrelated, right, can have such a wide-reaching impact. But here we are, and you're definitely right. This could have been a whole lot worse. But as you heard from the mayor, there were some, systems in place to quickly address it, and overall, looks like a lot of that has worked to quickly resolve some of these issues.
All right, Tony Sadiku live on the Upper West Side. Tony, thank you. CBS News' Jennifer Bisram is following the city's response to the CrowdStrike outage. She is live at City Hall. Jennifer.
Hi, Cindy. The mayor was just joined with city leaders here a short time ago, outlining how this global technology outage is affecting New Yorkers and New York City as a whole. And first and foremost, he says he wants New Yorkers to know that there is only minimal impact at this hour because they have planned for this. However, he says New Yorkers will see some sort of disruptions on things online, like paying your bills, on specific apps like for bus routes. And if you want to see what time the bus is coming, you may see disruptions in that, but the bus is actually still on time. Important to note, though, city officials saying 911 is not affected, no impact to 311, to the fire department, to the police department. Traffic signals are all working. Buses are still working, again, even though you may see disruptions or delays on the app. MTA says there is no disruptions to the subway system, to the railroads. Hospitals are running just fine. And city officials say they noticed this impact to its system around 12:30 this morning. That was several hours ago. And they say specifically at their citywide operation.
Matt Frazier has been directly in touch with CrowdStrike to get real-time updates and identify the fastest path to getting all systems up and running as quickly as possible. And I just really want to emphasize this was not a cyber attack. This was an update that took systems offline. And this is why the preparation is so important that the Chief of Staff is in charge of doing, to make sure that we can immediately respond if there is an IT disruption of this magnitude or if there is a cyber attack.
And again, the mayor saying internally they are dealing with some issues, but nothing that is widespread affecting New Yorkers as a whole. As you just heard him say there, this is a developing situation and they will continue to update New Yorkers. But very important to note, he says, as of now, this does not appear to be any kind of cyber attack. We're live from City Hall. Jennifer Bisram, CBS 2 News.
Jennifer, thank you. And this has been a CBS News New York special report. We'll continue to keep you updated on the very latest on this outage. Head to our website, CBS News New York, for up-to-the-minute updates, and be sure to tune into our newscast at noon for complete coverage.